Hey, how you doing? We're going to be looking at Rob Adelson today. We're heading back. We're heading back down south. Huh? Where have we been? It's been a while. We've been up in Orlando. We've been up in Jacksonville. We're heading north. Well, north actually. Northeast. You know, we're going to the Panhandle. Okay, that's what I'm trying to say. We're going to be having a look at Rob Adelson's testimony. Because Rob Adelson's testimony is just one of those testimonies that's brilliant, but you always forget why. I remember the first time I ever saw it, when it was live, when it was happening right now, you know. We all watched it together here on Metrix, right? And then by the time it was finished, I didn't know what had happened. And then we just moved on to the next witness. I kind of feel like there should be I'm glad there's not, but I feel like there should be a recess after every witness, especially a key witness, like Rob, estranged Rob that was sent away, black sheep Rob. And now he's back, you know. And I'd love to do a little cross comparison, if we can, maybe we can, about Donna's face compared when she's looking at Rob, right? And when she's looking at Wendi. I mean, it's like, what the fuck? What is your problem, man? You know? So yeah, we'll have a look at that. Welcome everybody in chat. Welcome Michelle, so good to see you bright and early, Michelle. Welcome back, Deborah, California Avocado. Mary, how you doing? Celia, how you doing? Chauncey Myers, how you doing? And everybody else. Good to see everybody. Yeah, well, we got to do some Adelson content. By the way, I'm getting excited about I've had a pretty good response on the post. The controversial post, you know? About the fucking... Close your ears, Michelle. About the car situation. The car rental theory bullshit. There's only one mug that's come and put some stupid fucking comment, guys. What did they say? They said, "Oh yeah, okay, Wendi," as if I'm Wendi. It's like, did you read the post? You gotta love that 80%, haven't you? In some way. I mean, from a distance and with a fucking big stick. Yeah, I love that 80% with an axe, with a fucking axe, man. Yeah, I can't believe it. But most of the comments have been very good. I don't know. I mean, maybe some people just didn't want to engage with anyone quite as arrogant as me. Oh. Thumbnail. Browser. Let's go.
About, you know, who did this to
Mr. Adelson remains standing. Everyone else can be seated. Please raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be the truth?
I swear.
You may take your seat. Please speak loudly and clearly. You can adjust the microphone as need be. Ms. Dugan, you may examine.
Thank you. Could you tell us your name?
Yeah, and if we need to adjust the microphone as need be, please do let us know. I think this might be a little lower than the video we were watching yesterday. God, don't you wish there was just a fucking normalize button? Just give me the volume. Deborah, Veronica, Kelly, how you doing?
Name and spell your name for our court reporter, please.
Sure. Robert Todd Adelson, Adelson.
Thank you. And what state do you currently live in?
New York.
And how long have you lived in New York?
13 years.
Okay, so since maybe 2012?
Yes.
All right. What do you do for a living in New York?
I'm an ENT.
Okay, so ear, nose, and throat doctor?
Yes.
And how long have you worked as an ENT?
For 20 years.
How do you know the defendant in this case, Donna Adelson?
She's my mother.
And Harvey Adelson's your dad?
Yes.
Wendi and Charlie Adelson are your siblings?
Yes.
Okay. And where did you grow up?
Does anybody not see a resemblance to Charlie or Wendi. I mean, I can see Harvey and maybe a touch of Donna, so I guess that's all that really counts. But I can't see Wendi there. I can't see Charlie there. If you squint, do you see Charlie? Maybe just a tiny little touch around the cheekbones.
In Coral Springs, Florida.
Is that a bit north of Miami?
Yep.
About how long of a drive?
About an hour north of Miami.
Okay. When y'all were growing up, did you all, the 5 of you, live in the same house as a family?
Yes,
And who's the oldest child?
I am.
Okay. Who's the middle child?
Charlie.
How many years between you and Charlie?
3 years between Charlie and I.
And then who's the youngest then is Wendi?
Yes.
And how many years between Charlie and Wendi?
3 years.
Okay. When you were 18, did you move out of the Coral Springs house?
Yes, when I went to college.
Okay. And did you go to college at University of Florida?
I went to Tulane.
Oh, thank you. Okay. Did you live in Gainesville at some point?
I did, yes.
Okay, thank you. So after you went to college at Tulane and then went on to med school, went on to residency, throughout those years, did you continue to talk to your parents and your siblings on a regular basis?
Yes.
And would you see them a couple of times a year?
Yes.
When you were in school, would you go home for the summer?
Michelle reckons he looks like Donna. You see Donna primarily over Harvey? Let's bring up the family photo. Adelson family photo. I mean, in this picture, I see Charlie looking like Donna a lot. How do we bring this up? We'll just call it A. So, if you look at the smiles, Donna, Wendi, Charlie have the same smile. This sort of, V shape. And then Harvey and Rob have this more tight-lipped, sort of subtle smile, less of a V shape. What else? I don't know. I'm not even sure he's related to any of them. Maybe that's not really their son. We found him and then we sent him away.
Yes.
Based on
Music
your
by Brian.
personal observations throughout your life, of your parents and of your siblings, who is the leader in the family? Who tends to run the show?
I think my mom.
Okay, so Donna Adelson.
Yes.
Would you describe Donna Adelson's personality as being more controlling or more laid back?
I think more on the controlling side.
What about, is she kind of a more assertive?
Wow, everybody's saying Donna, Donna, Donna. Yeah. Okay, fine. I'm not going to argue. I'm going to save that for the car theory. Right, Michelle?
Person or a more passive person?
More assertive.
What about your dad, Harvey Adelson? What's his personality like?
I think he's more passive, more go with the flow.
Okay. So they're kind of opposites in that way a bit?
Yeah.
When you and your siblings were growing up, was Donna Adelson a very involved parent?
Yes.
And when I say involved, as far as with your life and with your friends and with school and with that type of thing?
Absolutely.
Hey guys, I gotta get some feedback on the audio. I think we definitely need to turn it up now. Let's turn that up right now. We'll go boost 180.
Did she have certain fixed ideas throughout your life of certain things she wanted to happen in you and your siblings' life?
Yes, absolutely.
Was it acceptable if you decided to not do those certain certain things that she was fixated she wanted you to do? Was that acceptable to her or no?
No, I think she had certain sort of rigid, fixed ideas or impressions for what she wanted for us, and if you went along with that, things were fine. If you didn't, things were not fine.
Did she have strong opinions about who you all married and what you all did for a living and those types of things?
Yes.
And you're obviously a doctor. Was that an acceptable profession to her?
Yeah, that was okay.
Uh-oh, look, we've got a real fucking cunt here called Buns for the Blind. I've seen him about. He says, "No, Metrix, this ain't it. This ain't the hill you die on. Be more open to being wrong, mate." You fucking idiot. I mean, how much of a spaz do you need to be? Okay, what are we going to do about that? What a fucking arsehole. Okay, we're no longer speaking.
Okay. And was that one of the reasons you became a doctor?
Yes.
Okay. How involved was Donna in yours, Charlie, and Wendi Adelson's life after you grew up, became adults, and had kids of your own?
I think still involved.
Was she more involved with your life, Charlie's life, or Wendy's life, would you say?
Probably more involved with Wendi and probably to a lesser degree with Charlie.
Okay. And then would you be the least, she's the least involved with your life out of the three?
Yeah, probably because I was older, but sure, I agree.
Okay, so you're the oldest child. You're out of the house before the other two?
Yep.
Okay, and then you also lived other places after you went to college throughout the rest of your life?
Yes.
Now, was this like a healthy level of involvement that she had with the three of your lives, or was it more of like a micromanaging as you saw it?
I think it was certainly between over-involved and controlling. It probably lended itself more toward controlling, but there's in various realms, more or less. But I think certainly that was the tension.
Okay, so a little more on the controlling side.
Yes.
And does that include your personal lives as far as your relationships and in your professions, your jobs?
Yes.
Was it Charlie who always needed more attention than
Michelle says, "Metrix, did you remove the comment before we could even see it?" No, I just replied. I said, what did I say? I said, "Like most of you people, you have no point to make. You will not win this argument." I mean, and you won't. I mean, the request was for people to put forward... What was the request? "If you are currently still in need of brain smartification and locked under the misapprehension of believing in fruitless gossip, we invite you to share with us in the comments below your strongest arguments in support of your imprudent assertions so that we may ensure we help as many of you as we possibly can." It's quite clear. "No, man, hill die on hill, fuck off, you cunt. You're nothing."
the other two children?
I think so, yes.
When did Wendy's life start becoming one that she needed to pay or give more attention to?
I think when she had some troubles in her marriage, I wasn't aware there were any troubles in her marriage until Wendi left. But I think around that time when she had two young children, I think that was when she became more involved. And I was, at that point living, a pretty good distance away.
Okay. Were you living in Philadelphia at the time?
Yeah, but first in Philly and then in New York where we live now.
Okay. And so Charlie always got a lot of attention, and then Donna also started giving her attention also to Wendi's life once Wendi starts going through the separation or divorce.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay. From your interactions with Donna Adelson through your whole life growing up and even as an adult, would you describe her as someone who's mentally sharp, thinking about things from all angles, or is she someone who's a little more gullible?
Hey, Nico Lee's back. Welcome back, Nico Lee.
Yes, sir.
Look at that suit. You know, I think we should do a video just on Georgia Kappelman's clothes. Maybe bring it down to a top 5 of all-time top 5. Every outfit we've seen in every trial, in every pre-trial motion, in every you know, case status update, everything, every single thing we've ever seen her wear, and bring it down. It's going to be a difficult job, isn't it? How do you think Rob feels up here? I mean, must be weird, right? Because he'll have colleagues watching this. He'll have family, extended family watching this. It will have been building up for months and months and months. And Donna just looks like she's angry that he's even in the same room as her. I mean, you know. Some great stuff comes out there, doesn't it? About what Donna said to him. Yeah, no, I did. I've had some fantastic. This schmuck, Buns for the Blind aside, I've had some great conversations with people on my big post. Really looking forward to putting that video out. Michelle, perhaps you could let us know, you know, the next time you've got a hot date, and we'll do it then in your absence. Hey, look, we've got our friend from Hawaii in. You know what? It's been a while since we had a look at the map, right? Let's go to the maps. Let's go to the maps. Where's the map? When was the last time we had the fucking map? Where's the map? No. Still waiting for that North Dakota. Maybe when we do our case in North Dakota, we'll get some. Wyoming. Come on, Cheyenne. Alaska. Come on, Juneau. Vermont. Come on, fucking Montpelier. Rhode Island. Come on, Providence. New Hampshire. Come on. Oh no, we've got Vermont. That's New Hampshire. They're just close to each other. New Hampshire. Shit, what's the capital of New Hampshire? I forget that one. If you are in a grey state, please let us know in the comments. Come on, sidebar. We haven't got all night. As much as it's fascinating just to look at Rob and that. God, doesn't she look pissed? She looks like she's ordered a ribeye steak and has been waiting for 90 minutes. Right? Everyone else has been brought their food, they've cleaned their plates. She's still waiting to receive her order. That's the kind of face that you have when that happens. It doesn't count that you were born in Vermont, but we already have Vermont anyway.
Objection is sustained. You may continue with your examination.
Were Charlie and Donna Adelson dependent on each other or pretty independent from each other?
I would say Charlie was probably somewhat dependent on my mom.
Hey look, Tarantina's here. I got to tell you a story about Tarantina I heard today about the verdict. When the Donna Adelson verdict came in, she was on the subway in Toronto, I suppose, and just saw verdict reached and immediately got off at the next station, went up out of the subway into a bar, shot of tequila, sat down and watched live wherever she was. I just thought that was funny. If anyone else has got a good story about how they heard the verdict and what they did to rush to watch it live, let us know somewhere on Discord or anywhere. You know, it's all in the description, all those links, those buy me a coffee links, buymeacoffee.com/True Crime Metrix.
To help him out with organizing stuff, his dental practice. I think he probably relied on her a lot.
Okay. You mentioned the dental practice. When you were growing up, who owned the dental practice?
My dad.
Okay. And throughout your life, was Donna Adelson in charge of the money at Adelson Institute?
I wouldn't know the inside workings of it, but I always remember my mom signing the checks and writing the checkbook at the table, when I was back in middle school or high school. So.
Okay. So even back then, she would do some bookkeeping or payroll type things at home.
That's my memory of it. Okay.
And then, did the dental practice? You said it also. You obviously started.
Tamer Nagel says The Good Son is probably the best Macaulay Culkin movie. You gonna put it ahead of Uncle Buck, or doesn't that count? Because he's in quite a bit of that. I know it's not like a Macaulay Culkin movie, it's a John Candy movie, but if we're talking about movies that Macaulay Culkin is in, I don't think anything's going to beat Uncle Buck. That's probably the best movie ever made, isn't it?
Started out at Harvey's. Do you remember a time when Charlie Adelson took over?
I remember my dad making a joke about him having a very understanding boss because Charlie was now his boss. So,
do not testify to what others have stated out of court. You may testify as to your knowledge, but not what someone else specifically said. The objection.
This whole thing about, Charlie buying the dental practice and essentially being Harvey's boss, ha 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 ha. Can you just imagine them at some fucking canapé cocktail party in some exclusive gated community building and chit-chatting and saying, oh, I have a very understanding boss, my son. That's like Adelson. That's Adelson canapé humor, isn't it? You know what I'm saying? That is exactly what it is.
Sustained. You may continue.
I understand you were telling us how you remember that, but can you just tell us around what year do you remember that happening?
Around 2012, Charlie purchased the practice.
Okay, and then was there a time that you remember Charlie somehow selling it back to Harvey?
Ring the bell, Soap. We've got Alaska right here. Somebody called Demi Faircloth. Huh. And that just you're not just visiting Alaska for the week, are you? I mean, you live there, you're registered there, you're a resident, you're born and bred. Fantastic. We're gonna add that to our map right now. Thank you, Demi Faircloth 763.
Adelson is then becoming the head of the practice again.
I will permit you to answer the question if you have knowledge of this matter.
My memory of that was sometime in like fall to winter of 2015 to 16, somewhere right around there. That's my memory.
Okay, so fall to winter of 2015.
Turning into 2016.
2016.
That's my memory.
Okay. Now, you mentioned Donna Adelson doing payroll at Adelson Institute throughout your life. If someone were to ask Donna Adelson, or if someone asked Donna Adelson to do something, is she the type of person that just snaps to it, or does she have some questions first?
Object based on the ruling judge.
Overall, this is not going to motion limited. You may answer the question.
No, I don't think she would just snap to and do what someone told her to.
Okay. Is she the type of person who's going to have some questions if you ask her to do
Yes,
something?
I think she would definitely have some questions.
Okay. How did Donna Adelson feel about Dan Markel when he and Wendi first got together and were headed towards marriage?
He was very positive about him.
Okay, so he was somebody she approved of.
Yes.
All right, and how did that change as Wendi and Danny's relationship soured? They ended up moving towards divorce.
So I really only heard anything bad about Danny after Wendi moved out. I didn't hear anything bad about him prior to that date.
Okay, so just kind of went from everything's fine to then hearing bad things about him.
Yes.
And when you say hearing bad things about him, like from her? From Donna Adelson, I'm
yes.
sorry? Okay. And how did Donna Adelson feel about Dan Markel in 2014?
Concord. Thank you, Pearl Orlowska. Concord, New Hampshire. Thank you.
I mean, she hated him.
Would this come from, your knowledge of that come from things that she would say to you?
Yes. I mean, yeah.
Wow, that's your daughter, Brian? Fantastic. Demi Faircloth is Brian Faircloth's daughter. We got the whole fucking Faircloth family in tonight. Great. Good stuff. Never was there a fairer cloth.
Did you observe that Wendi played a bit of a damsel in distress, in your opinion, in the divorce?
Yes, I think that's a good way to describe it.
Did Donna Adelson ever talk to you about Wendi Adelson and Dan Markel's divorce?
I apologize. Did Donna Adelson? I apologize. Can I hear the question again?
Did Donna Adelson ever talk to you about Wendi and Dan Markel's divorce?
Some. I mean, the phrase that sticks in my head is that Danny was depoing Wendi to death. I wasn't involved with, all the various motions. I remember that phrase. I remember there being a lot of, court motions back and forth. But I remember that phrase. And I remember, some complaints about like very long either mediation or depositions that Wendi had to endure.
Okay, so this is Donna saying Wendy's having to go through these things.
Yes.
Okay, and just telling you about it.
Yes.
How did Donna tell you that, or did she tell you that how Wendi was planning to leave Dan Markel and give him the news that she was leaving the marriage?
Object to hearsay.
I think you're going to need to rephrase this in such a way the witness can answer, Ms. Dugan.
How did Donna Adelson describe to you how Wendi Adelson left the marriage?
Object to hearsay.
Ms. Dugan, please approach.
Okay.
Miss D, welcome back, Miss D. We're countrywide. We've got New Mexico. And Brian's in New Mexico as well. Yeah, everyone agrees, Uncle Buck. No one's gonna come here apart from maybe that Buns for the Blind schmuck. Shall I put a post up? Shall I tell him that he probably hates Uncle Buck? I'm gonna do it. Do you hate Uncle Buck? I bet he does, the fucking sadist. Do you hate Uncle Buck? Yeah. No, Metrix, this ain't it. This ain't the hill you die on. Be more open to being wrong, mate. I'm not your fucking mate. Schmuck. God. Maybe they're building an army. Maybe they're gonna all come and attack me on my show. I even had one person today. I got a nice response. It was perfectly spelt, well laid out, paragraphed and broken down, a bit like a fucking thesis would be. And I respected that, so I took the time to give a point-by-point reply. And then they told me later that they just went to AI. And AI told them what to put. So I'm arguing with AI about the fucking car theory. Great. But I won. You know, the AI response was full of errors. So, you know, I haven't been beaten by a machine yet. Princess Bride is the best movie ever made. What with that giant guy? What's his name? Yeah, I remember seeing that. But yeah, it's an opinion. It's an opinion, so that's fine. But I never think, hey, you know, I'm going to put on Princess Bride. But Planes, Trains and Automobiles, that is also awesome. I mean, anything by John Hughes is pretty good. I mean, you know, apart from Home Alone, which is shit. The only bit I like in Home Alone is when he's playing that old movie, you know. It's me, Sticks. I'm gonna give you to the count of 10 to get your ugly, yellow, no good keister off my property before I pump you full of lead. 1, 2, 10. Keep the change, you filthy animal. Love when Uncle Buck is dancing with the neighbor and they bump heads. Yeah. To the Beatles. Marcy. And then his Shanice comes over and says, "Is this who you were out with last night?" I think the best bit is when the clown, Puda the clown, comes for the kid's birthday party, and he's drunk. He's come straight from a bachelor party. And Uncle Buck says, "Oh, you shouldn't be drinking if you're going to entertain some kids. Get in your mouse and get out of here." You so much as scowl at my niece and any other kid in this school, and I hear about it, and I'm coming looking for you.
You with your examination.
What did Donna Adelson tell you about the plan for Wendi Adelson to leave the marriage?
Sure. When she told me that when that she had been in Tallahassee for several months.
This is Donna Adelson had
Yes,
been?
that she had been in Tallahassee for several months, renting a new place for Wendi, arranging for movers, moving money around, and getting things set up. I only knew this after Wendi had moved out, but she was relating to me what had occurred over the summer. And so I heard this all at once, but probably 5-6 days after Wendi had moved out, and then told me that the somewhat gleefully or pleased that they timed the phone call to Danny right before he was supposed to give a speech at the meeting he was at.
Okay. So a couple questions about that. You said Donna said that.
Can you just feel how sick and twisted that is? What was the phone call? The phone call was about. Did I miss something? We were talking about John Candy. Sorry, I'll try and keep my head in the game here. What was the phone call? I missed something.
Mediation or depositions that.
How did Donna Adelson feel about Dan Markel when he and Wendi first got together and were headed towards marriage?
He was very positive about him.
Okay, so he was somebody she approved of.
Yes.
All right, and how did that change as Wendi and Danny's relationship soured? They ended up moving towards divorce.
So I really only heard anything bad about Danny after Wendi moved out. I didn't hear anything bad about him prior to that date.
Okay, so just kind of went from everything's fine to then hearing bad things about him.
Yes.
And when you say hearing bad things about him, like from her? From Donna Adelson, I'm
yes.
sorry? Okay. And how did Donna Adelson feel about Dan Markel in 2014?
I mean, she hated him.
Would this come from, your knowledge of that come from things that she would say to you?
Yes. I mean,
So what does that mean then? Do you think that means Donna was positive about the Dan Markel, and Donna didn't report anything bad about Dan Markel until after Wendi had moved out of the house. So kind of surprises me, because Donna's mother's funeral, I think, was in 2007, and Dan could not attend the funeral of Donna's mother. They've already been married for a year, at least, if it was 2007. Dan couldn't attend the funeral because he was a Kohen, member of the Jewish priestly class, which aren't allowed to be around dead bodies, basically. So he didn't go. Donna didn't understand that. Wendi didn't understand that. It caused some fucking huge thing, and it doesn't sound like they ever got over it. Now, what was the year that Wendi moved out? It would have been 2012, right? So there's 5 years there. of this rift. And from what Robert Adelson just said, he never heard anything bad. Now, of course, Robert would have been in attendance at Donna's mother's funeral. He would have known Dan wasn't there. I'm sure he would have heard something, like, bad about Dan Markel. Oh, he's a fucking dick. He won't come to the funeral.
Yeah.
Did you observe that Wendi played a bit of a damsel in distress, in your opinion, in their divorce?
Yes, I think that's a good way to describe it.
Did Donna Adelson ever talk to you about Wendi Adelson and Dan Markel's divorce?
I apologize. Did Donna Adelson? I apologize. Can I hear the question again?
Did Donna Adelson ever talk to you about Wendi and Dan Markel's divorce?
Some. I mean, the phrase that sticks in my head is that Danny was depoing Wendi to death. I wasn't involved with, all the various motions. I remember that phrase. I remember there being a lot of, court motions back and forth. But I remember that phrase. I remember, some complaints about, like, very long either mediation or depositions that Wendi had to endure.
Okay, so this is Donna saying Wendy's having to go through these things.
Yes.
Okay, and just telling you about it.
Yes.
How did Donna tell you that, or did she tell you that how Wendi was planning to leave Dan Markel and give him the news that she was leaving the marriage?
Object to hearsay.
I think you're going to need to rephrase this in such a way the witness can answer, Ms.
Sure.
Dugan.
How did Donna Adelson describe to you how Wendi Adelson left the marriage?
Object to hearsay.
Ms. Dugan, please approach.
Okay. What did Donna Adelson tell you about the plan for Wendi Adelson to leave the marriage?
Sure. When she told me that that she had been in Tallahassee for several months.
This is Donna Adelson had
Yes.
been?
That she had been in Tallahassee for several months, renting a new place for Wendi, arranging for movers, moving money around, and getting things set up. I only knew this after Wendi had moved out. But she was relating to me what had occurred over the summer. And so I heard this all at once, but, probably 5-6 days after Wendi had moved out. And then told me that somewhat gleefully or, pleased that they timed the phone call to Danny right before he was supposed to give a speech at the meeting he was at.
Okay. So a couple questions.
I mean, that is sick. That is sick. You're gonna purposefully not just not consider the timing, but actually plan and plot and time to give him I was going to say breaking news, but I refuse to ever say that. Lest I become a hype merchant. Breaking. You got to time it right as he's about to go, and he's been practicing this. He's got his speech prepared. He loves doing that, right? And you know, he's a showman, and you're gonna purposely time it so that you give him breaking news right before he goes up on stage. What a fuck.
Questions about that. You said Donna said that she had been up here in Tallahassee moving money around and getting things ready for Wendi. Do you mean for when Wendi moved out and needed a place of her own?
Yes.
Okay. And what did Donna tell you that she did to try to, I guess, hide the fact that they were renting a place for Wendi?
I remember her saying she had used her maiden name so there wouldn't be an Adelson up here renting, you know, or hiring movers.
All of you Ontario bunch, you should go and have a meetup in Barrie. Who's been to Barrie? Birthplace of great John Candy.
Or such.
Just so like word of mouth wouldn't get around that Wendi Adelson was renting an apartment, something like that.
Sure.
Okay. So they used Donna's maiden name.
Yes.
Donna did.
Sonic
And-
Boom. Pinto. Thank you so much, Pinto.
Then
That fabulous super. I always forget what they're called. Sticker, of course. Hiya. Thank you, Pinto. Good job. Good job. Good job. Good job, team.
you said that their plan was for Wendi to call Dan Markel as he was getting on stage, or right before he got on stage, to give a speech at a conference.
That's what I was told.
Okay. And what was Donna's demeanor when she was describing this plan to you about how she was able to set up this place for Wendi to live in, everything was ready for her, and then this is how she gave Dan the news?
I think she sounded.
Donna is the one that gave the news? If not, then we
I
object.
believe the question was, what was her demeanor? You may
Yes, sir.
answer the question.
She sounded pleased to me.
Did you ever see Donna Adelson doing anything to help Wendi Adelson with the divorce?
I think she was, answering a lot of emails and looking over, emails that went back and forth, looking over motions and such.
Did you personally see that when she was visiting you? Did you see Donna Adelson doing those things?
Yes.
Okay. Was there an occasion when you all were in the hospital and Donna came to visit and was doing those things in the hospital?
I think it was at our home at the time, right before we went to the hospital. But yes, that's where we, saw the email.
Okay. And while she was at your house during that time, was that when you were living in Philadelphia?
That was in Albany.
Albany, okay. Did she want the Wi-Fi at that time so that she could get on the internet and work on these filings?
Yeah, she said she had things to do to help out with the divorce.
What date would that have been? Do you remember?
October of 12.
Did Donna Adelson tell you that Wendi Adelson was trying to get permission to relocate to Miami?
Yes.
And did Donna Adelson tell you about the $1 million bribe she wanted to offer Dan Markel?
Yes.
During the year or two after Wendi Adelson left Dan Markel, how much time was Donna Adelson spending in Tallahassee?
From
Jeff wasn't here. He had personal knowledge of her being here.
You may answer as to your personal knowledge on the subject matter.
I can rephrase, Judge. Did Donna Adelson tell you information about how much time she was having to spend in Tallahassee?
she said that Wendi needed a lot of help because now she has 2 boys on her own, and so she was up there a lot. And I think yes.
Okay.
You're absolutely correct. John Candy is born in Newmarket, but the confusion about Barrie is that says John Candy has a connection to Barrie, Ontario, but not directly to the town itself. The confusion likely stems from the tragic 1985 Barrie tornado, which occurred on the same day that actor John Candy passed away from a heart attack in his sleep at the age of 43. Oh my God. I remember that. I remember how sad that was. And that movie he was making at the time, Wagons East, that wasn't very good. While the tornado was a major event in Ontario, it is separate from Candy's death, which occurred in Mexico. But he didn't die in 85. It was 95. Or 94. 94. Anyway. I'm sure he lived in Barrie. I've seen a picture of him with some pumpkins in Barrie.
Who cared more about Wendi Adelson's divorce from your conversations? Was it Donna or Charlie?
Donna.
What types of things does Charlie care about? What are kinds of things is he really into?
I mean, like go-karts, jet skis, going out, boats, not Wendy's divorce.
Okay. And is Donna Adelson very into her kids and grandkids and
Yes.
their success?
Yes.
Do you think Wendy's divorce or her moving, I guess, do you think Wendi and her boys moving to Miami was particularly important to Charlie Adelson from your observations?
I don't think so.
During the divorce, from your conversations with Donna, was she fixated on Wendi taking this job with a guy named Gary Cohen in Miami?
Yes, that was a common discussion point.
Okay. Did she seem like it was just something that she kind of thought would be a good idea, or something that she seemed to have a real obsession with?
It came up a lot in my discussions with her about this job with Gary, where she'd be making $1 million a year and she'd be a partner, and it was something that was brought up a lot, that she'd be able to take care of her kids in a way that she couldn't up in Tallahassee, and then it was probably the one thing that she mentioned to me. The only time I heard any anger after the murder had occurred was that I asked, is Wendi going to go work for Gary now? And she told me that.
Did the job end up not working out?
As far as I know, it didn't.
Okay, and that you heard some anger from Donna when that happened?
She said that his partners wouldn't let them hire her until they.
Okay.
Sorry.
But there was some anger there because the job didn't end up working out.
Yes.
They couldn't hire Wendi, or didn't want to hire Wendi after all.
That's what I was told.
Okay, thank you. Now, during the summer of 2014, did Wendi Adelson, I'm going to move on to 2014 now, did Wendi Adelson send you a text where she referenced having a boyfriend?
Yes.
And was this before Dan Markel's murder?
Yes.
Why was that memorable to you?
It was just unusual. Wendi, never was someone who would, share her, romantic life or boyfriends, or, tell me or, text me about anyone she was dating. So it just stood out as, unique or different.
Okay. What did she? Was there something in particular that she said that struck you as also unusual?
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
Okay. I guess, was it your impression that your parents knew about this boyfriend at the time, or no?
No, the text said, "Don't tell the parents."
Well,
Sustained. Members of the jury, you are to disregard the last response of the witness.
may I approach, Judge?
You may.
Michelle, thank you. Sonic Boom, Michelle. Let's get this party started. Let's get this fucking party started. Good job, Michelle. Boss lady, hello. Debbie Gibby says, this NFL game is a barn burner. Almost end of the third quarter. It's 3-0. Or nil. 3-0. Eagles over GB. GB. What could that mean? Somebody tell me what GB is. Could be golden bacon. My favorite John Candy movie is Splash. I don't think I've seen that. Yeah, he's fantastic in the Blues Brothers. Dan Aykroyd, another Canadian. What is it with these Canadians, huh? I mean, they're all geniuses. Jim Carrey, Mike Myers, John Candy, Dan Aykroyd. Not Avril Lavigne. Fuck her. Who else? Celine Dion. No. Maybe it's just the men. Someone name a talented Canadian woman, if you can, if there is one. I'm just kidding.
You may continue your examination, Ms. Dugan.
Okay, so I was asking you about this text that you received from Wendi Adelson. Can you tell me about this text?
Sure. She texted me that she was going to Gainesville for the weekend, and this was 2014. So I last lived in Gainesville about 3 years prior to that. Mentioned that she wanted I mentioned the name of Jeff. I asked who was Jeff. The response was my boyfriend. I responded I didn't know, and she said you wouldn't. I didn't hear it from the parents. She says they don't know. And so it just struck me and then she sent me some pictures of Jeff with her and the boys. It struck me as unique because she'd never shared the name or photograph of a boyfriend before.
Okay, so
Before you continue, Ms. Dugan, members
Yes.
of the jury, as to the last question and response, you are not to consider the hearsay statement for the truth of the matter asserted. You may continue.
okay.
It's interesting. It's another good point. We've got to write that down for our Defense of Jeff video. Maybe I'm going to read out to you some post someone put today. Some Jeff hater wrote to me a long comment about, and it was all demonstrably wrong. I mean, it was clearly from someone who doesn't have the first clue what they're fucking talking about at all. It's like, true crime cases are weird, aren't they? Because you don't get someone like in another area of expertise come in like what happens with this case. And no disrespect to anybody that's new to the case. I know some of the people in this chat are new to the case, and that's fine. But that's great. That's great. But some people come in, watch a bit of the latest trial from this year, haven't seen anything else, and think that they know shit, right? And then come to the comments on the videos, my videos, and start listing off like all of this garbage. I mean, it's just, you don't get someone doing that with like medicine. Do you know what I mean? Or like what else could it be? Gastronomy, You don't get some commie chef going to work in a nice restaurant and telling the sous chef or the head chef what to do. It doesn't happen because people have got they're smart not to do that, right? It's unbelievable. The confidence of some people is it's not even confidence. Well, I suppose it is confidence. It's just very, very ill placed. It's like, go and do your fucking homework, okay? I mean, you want spanking now or what?
Okay. So it was unusual for her to talk to you about boyfriends at all?
Yes.
But you also felt it was unusual that she's telling you about this boyfriend when even your parents don't know about him yet.
Right.
And she was closer to her parents at the time than you.
Correct.
Okay. What date was that text message sent?
The very end of June, like 26 or 28 of 14, but that last weekend.
Okay, so it was prior to 4th of July weekend.
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember where in those photographs Wendi is with her sons and Jeff?
Like Wakulla Springs, something like that.
Okay.
And they were in front of a board that said that.
And did you let her know you wouldn't mention him to her parents or to your parents?
Yes.
Did that strike you as so unusual that after Dan Markel was murdered, you felt, I guess, compelled to tell police, like, hey, I heard she has this boyfriend she hasn't told anybody about named Jeff?
Yes, I did. The FBI came to my house and I spoke to them once, and either it didn't come up or, it's a bit nerve-wracking talking to the FBI, and that they didn't ask any questions about that. And then, I guess over the ensuing week, I'd heard about like this Prius and this unsolved murder. And I remembered, it struck me as odd that I was sent these photographs of a boyfriend and not to tell the parents about him. And so that's when I wanted to have a clean conscience. So I reached out to the FBI and I said, I don't know if this matters, but I figured I would, tell you about this. And they came back for a second interview and looked at the pictures.
Okay. When is your father, Harvey Adelson's birthday?
July 5.
Okay, so on July 5th of 2014, how old would he have turned that year?
70.
Okay, and this is about 2 to 3 weeks before Dan Markel was killed?
Yes.
Did your family do anything to celebrate his birthday that year?
Yes, we had a party at their condo.
Okay, was there a gift from the family or from any of you to him?
No, I remember an email, and my dad is not someone who wants gifts or a big deal made about him, and so the email was something like, your dad doesn't want gifts, he just wants all of his kids to be with him on his birthday.
And was that from Donna Adelson?
Yes.
So she's basically letting you know you and your kids coming is going to be his gift.
Correct.
And everybody, all the kids and grandkids being
Correct.
there. Okay. Did the family ever discuss going on a cruise?
No, not with me.
When a birthday gift is given for somebody in the family, does Donna Adelson typically say, we're going to get him this, everybody owes this much, everybody's going to pay a third, or whatever it is?
Yeah, if there was like a big gift we're getting, or they said, we're getting this for someone, and you can be part of it, that was not uncommon.
Okay. So tell us at the party, about the party, you said it.
California Avocado says Rob looks kind of like the lead singer from the Talking Heads with his shoulder pads. And Psycho Killer would be the fucking theme tune appropriate for the moment, right? Psycho Killer, qu'est-ce que c'est? Ba, 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 ba.
It was at the Continuum?
Yes, at their apartment.
Okay, so is that like a condo building in Miami?
Yeah, on Miami Beach.
Okay, on Miami Beach, like South Beach?
Yeah.
Green Bay. The Packers, you see? I know about Green Bay.
Okay. And is it a secure building?
It was very secure. It was, we were staying at a hotel down the street, and there was armed guards, and apparently there's a lot of celebrities that live there. It was a very high, very secure building.
Boom! Thank you so much, Christina, for the super chats. Tomorrow I purchased my ticket. I purchased my ticket. Yeah. If anybody wants to get in on the lotto, we've got a $900 million Mega Millions draw next, is it Monday or Tuesday? And also the Powerball lotto is $500 million. So what we're doing, send me a private message on buymeacoffee.com or on Discord or on Instagram, and I will send you the magic Metrix winning numbers. And if you win, we split everything right down the middle, 50-50. You can send me a check. made out to well, just make it out to Metrix for tax reasons. All right, yeah, no, send us. I think the more people that do that, the better my chances. So I think it's great, and it's just a nice thing that we can all do together. So let's celebrate with a coffee on buymeacoffee.com. Get those winning Metrix magic numbers, enter them into the draw for the Mega Millions Lotto or the Powerball Lotto, your choice, and we'll all get rich.
Okay. And these celebrities that lived there, were they people that you knew of? I mean, you knew who they were?
Sure, yeah, I mean, A-Rod.
Did these people have kind of guards of their own too in the building?
I don't know.
Oh, okay. So the guards that you saw were the guards in the front?
Yes.
All right. Had your parents, how recently had they moved to the Continuum?
I got the idea, it was certainly less than a year. Like, I don't remember exactly, but seemed like they said they were going to try living down in South Beach to see if they...
Okay, I don't know who K.D. Lang is or Catherine O'Hara, but I did think of a fucking talented Canadian woman, and it's got to be the one and only Joni Mitchell.
They liked it for their retirement, and so it had to be sometime, before, because they were pretty well moved in there. But I don't remember the exact time, but if I'm guessing, like maybe 6 months before or something like that.
Okay, so by the weekend of the party, July 5th, are they like fully moved into their condo there?
Yes.
Okay, and are they living there full time? From what you know?
It seemed like that, but I couldn't. I know they still own the house in Coral Springs, so I don't know if they were just there on the weekends, but I couldn't say definitively. But it looked like they were living there fully.
Okay. Was his party on his actual birthday or another day of the week?
No, on his actual birthday.
All right. Was your brother Charlie there that weekend?
Yes.
Wendi and her sons, were they there?
Yes.
Was the party catered?
Yeah, there was. Yes.
What type of food did you have?
There were like past hors d'oeuvres, and then there was a paella chef on the balcony.
Okay. Was the party a surprise for Harvey?
No.
So you were never told, don't tell him about it, it's a surprise,
No.
Anything like that? Don't tell him. Were you not supposed to tell him anything about the party that was a surprise?
No, there was nothing about a surprise birthday.
Was there ever a time in the weeks leading up to the party that you heard that the party may be canceled for any reason?
No, never.
All right, so how did you first hear about Dan Markel's murder?
I heard the day after the shooting occurred, so that would be Saturday, July 19. I was at a meeting in Chicago, and I think I got a phone call first, and that I was in a meeting, and so I just said, can I call you later? And then I got a text message shortly thereafter, like right before 10 in the morning, that said, like, tragedy here, please call.
And are these from Donna Adelson?
Yes.
Okay. So were you able to call her that morning from the conference in Chicago?
Yeah, so I walked out and went to the hotel lobby and just hit call.
Okay, and tell us about that conversation with her.
So it's one of those moments that you'll just remember forever. So I remember being in the lobby of the Westin, and I assumed something terrible had happened, and but I wasn't ready for it. She said, so we just want to let you know that Danny's been shot, and they took him to the hospital, but he didn't make it. And it didn't make any sense. And I probably asked like a few medical questions, and they said they're driving up to go help Wendi, and we'll talk to you later. We can't talk now.
Okay. Was she crying in that conversation?
Not in
Donna
that conversation.
Sir?
No, she was not.
Okay.
It was very matter of fact.
Did she ever give you any further detail that weekend about how he'd been shot, or other than just Danny was shot and he didn't make it?
I think it was the next day. So the only really other time that I spoke with him that weekend, I was in the airport going home, like Sunday afternoon. So it was definitely the next day, and it was the first time I could actually have any kind of conversation. And one of the things that she told me is, it bothered me, but I didn't have any other details about. But she said that, someone went to the front door and said, "Are you Dan Markel?" and then shot him. And then I said, "Well, how could you know that? Who's telling you that?" And she said, "Well, that's just."
Love this as well, Donna thinks in her mind that this is, she imagines how the crime went down. Somebody went to his front door, knocked, said, "Are you Dan Markel?" and shot him in the face. And here's an interesting thing. With the implication of Jeff, right? Now, my personal, and we'll get into this during our defense of Jeff properly, right? But with the implication of Jeff, because I get the feeling that some of these fucking simps, right, that don't like me pushing back on the bullshit didn't happen rental car theory, yeah. Some of the 80% of the muppets out there, they think that I am saying that the Adelsons didn't want to set Jeff up. They think I'm saying that Wendy's innocent or something because they've forgotten how to think and judge correctly. So they just, who gives a fuck? I mean, but obviously that's not what I'm doing. But anyway, the thing about Jeff, my view is that there was no actual attempt or hope for Jeff to actually be arrested and put on trial and prosecuted for the murder, right? There just wasn't enough. There wouldn't have been any blood. Even if he had have left town that morning at 11 o'clock and gone straight up Thomasville towards Tennessee, where he was going, which actually the road out of town, it's Monroe that would head towards there's two long roads that are near there that go north, and one goes northeast towards more Georgia side, and one goes also to Georgia, but in the direction of Tennessee. That's Monroe. So anyway, but Thomasville connects with Trescott, right? So if Jeff had been caught leaving town right as if they put out an APB, he's in a fucking Nissan Sentra, go and get him, arrest him, bring him in. There would be no blood. There would be no gunshot residue. There would be no weapon. There would be a wealth of things to disprove, traffic cameras, bus cameras. Maybe he made a purchase. It doesn't seem like that there was a serious attempt to actually frame him and have him go down for the murder, right? As far as I'm concerned, it was a temporary look over there, a little misdirection. Cops go and focus on Jeff while we all go back down to Miami, and then we're out of reach. Then it's, you're talking to Mr. Lawyer. We're in Miami. We're worried for our safety. You're talking to Mr. Lawyer now, okay, Isom? That makes perfect sense to me. It seems a real stretch to me that the Adelsons actually had hope, intention for Jeff to go down for the murder. But obviously, my opinion is that the implication of Jeff was all, absolutely, yes, of course. But what Donna has said to Robert here was that somebody knocked on his door and said, "Are you Dan Markel?" You see what I'm saying? You see the problem with that? Because Donna knows that Jeff Lacasse has met Dan Markel, knows exactly what he looks like. So why would she say that to Rob? I mean, why would she say anything to Rob? I mean, and another thing that just came up, I need to write this down. So, Wendi sending pictures. Wendi sending pictures of Jeff and the kids and stuff, and Rob just said a few moments ago that it struck him as unusual because Wendi had never mentioned a boyfriend by name to him before, something like that, right? So she seems to be pushing this relationship and the identity of the man she's involved with into the consciousness of Rob, so that if the FBI go and speak to him, he can say, well, I don't know, I mean, she's been seeing this guy, Jeff somebody, you know. It's interesting, you know. This is why we have to go through these things multiple times, because every time we go through, there's another trail of breadcrumbs, right? Another trail.
But they're telling us. And
Okay.
it just,
So she said someone told her that someone knocked on Danny's door, said, "Are you Dan Markel?" He said yes, and the shooter shot him.
that's the story I heard. And, you know, later we found out that wasn't what happened, but that story bothered me a lot because there's only one way you could hear that story.
Was she crying when she told you that information?
No.
You mentioned earlier that law enforcement contacted you after Dan Markel's murder. Did they contact you to try to see if you knew any information?
Yeah, they came to our house. I was already at work, and so they talked to my wife. It had to be a Wednesday or Thursday, so I was already at work.
And is this your house in New York?
Yes.
Okay. And did you end up talking to law enforcement and letting them, answering their questions, letting them know what you knew?
Yeah, they came to my office the next day, and we with two agents, and we had we had an interview.
Okay. After that conversation with, you said it was the FBI earlier, right?
Yes.
Okay. After that conversation with the FBI, did Donna Adelson ever say anything to you about having talked to law enforcement or the FBI?
It was either that afternoon or the next day, but, you know, and she had called me and said, you know, just want to let you know, if the police come around, don't talk to them.
Okay, so she told you not to talk to law enforcement.
Correct.
Did you let her know that you already had talked to law enforcement?
Yeah, I said I already did.
And what'd she say to that?
She said, "Oh, well, you don't know anything anyway."
You don't know anything anyway?
Correct.
Was that an unusual statement coming from your mother?
Yeah, it just, everything that week was unusual, but, I clearly didn't know anything, but I wasn't going to not talk to the FBI if they show up at my house.
How did you respond?
FBI go to the home of an ear, nose, and throat doctor, and he peers out the window saying, "I don't talk to police." Something would be up with that, huh? It's more acceptable if you're a dentist. Oh. What are we doing?
Let me ask you this. After the murder of Dan Markel, did Donna Adelson seem curious about who killed Dan Markel?
No.
Was there a complete lack of curiosity?
Yeah, nobody seemed curious.
Did you actually ever ask her, like after the murder, like, hey, like, what do you think happened? What do you?
Yeah, and the conversations were kind of rerouted, or that was certainly discouraged, and it was probably like maybe sometime like mid-August, when I finally had a chance to ask and say, what is going on? This was not a small event. This was getting a lot of notoriety, and I said, what do you guys think happened? And she had said, I don't know and I don't care. It doesn't concern me.
Was that out of character for her to not be curious and not be asking some questions?
Yeah, I mean, it was an unsolved murder of, my former brother-in-law, like someone that we all know very well. I mean, if it was like some neighborhood gossip, people would be interested. This was like national interest, and nobody had any curiosity about, who did this to Danny.
Is a person, you mentioned that, not only is it your brother-in-law, but it was like national news at that point as well.
Yes.
And regardless of it being national news or not, I mean, is a person dying from gun violence an extremely unusual thing to happen in your family?
Yeah, I mean, to this day, Danny's the only person that I know who's died from gun violence or been a victim of gun violence. So it's unique in that manner.
What would your mom, Donna Adelson, do if you did try to ask her any more about Danny's murder after that?
It wasn't a subject for discussion. It would be rerouted, or it was just not a subject to discuss.
When you say rerouted, do you mean like changing the subject?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Fast forward to 2016. Do you remember in May of 2016 when Sigfredo Garcia and Luis Rivera were arrested?
Yeah, I do. I actually saw it in the OR lounge. Someone told me about it. So it had to be like a Wednesday, and
you were in the operating room lounge.
Yeah, it was
and someone
the lounge.
Told you about it.
It was someone else, because stories like this people see on Twitter or such, and I remember someone telling me did you hear about that case, because it's more than one person had followed it, and I saw it, and then that was on the 26th, and I remember the dates because our anniversary is on the 28th of May. My wife and I were like, should we call them? They arrested some guy who killed Danny. And
when you say them, you mean should we
my
call
parents.
my parents? And
yes.
Yeah, okay. So it was big news that even people you work with were seeing that there were finally some arrests made.
Right.
Okay. And that was.
Hey, what's this, Michelle? Sandra, Metrix will love your comment. Well, we got to check that out. This one right here. The Adelsons never intended for the hitman's car to be seen at all on the 18th. Oh, Sandra, can you come over to Discord, please? I want to talk to you, because this is exactly what I'm saying. These fucking morons. I heard that there was an instruction given to the killers that they rent a car that looked like a Jeff car. Fucking, they don't think it through. If that's the order, right, then the order is also, hey, make sure you're seen by witnesses. Because that's great, isn't it? Wouldn't the better thing be that you just know there was no car? Fucking cunts. And even then, every single fucking road out of Betton Hills and fucking Trescott Drive goes where? Either down to Centerville or down to fucking Thomasville. What's on Thomasville? Buses, traffic lights, businesses, cameras, everywhere. Oh yeah, even if they manage to get an exact model, how many times do we see it? Where there's a traffic camera and they can't even read the fucking license plate, but they go, look, yeah, the hubcap on his near side passenger wheel had a little chip, and that's unique, so we identified that it was the same car or not the same car. Right? It's fucking easy. Imagine that they've got the Luis and Sigfredo have got a 2004 silver Nissan Sentra. We know from Wendi Adelson that car was very run down, lots of wear and tear, fucking duct tape on the wing mirrors, all sorts of stuff like that, right? But also there's this little thing on the back and the front called a fucking license plate, which any road out of Trescott would lead down to a what? Surveillance camera, license plate reader. Thank you. Fucking, I heard on YouTube that there was an attempt for the killers to get a car that looked like Jeff car. Motherfuckers. And they're still at it. They'll still come into my fucking posts and saying, Metrix, you need to be okay with being wrong. Fucking, you stick it up your fucking ass. Sandra, says the Adelsons never intended for the hitman's car to be seen at all on the 18th. The theory which states that the hitman rented Jeff's car... The theory which states that the hitman rented Jeff's car would mean that the hitman intended to be seen by witnesses. Beautiful. You know, you've come out of my brain. My brain has given birth to your brain, and, you know, we're related. I've screenshotted that. It's saved to my desktop. Thank God. We need more of you. We need to turn this around, you know. We need to increase the consciousness of others. Personally, I just wish they'd all fuck off. It's not my job to educate people. And I love it when someone like Sandra comes that needs no education. She just knows, right? Easy. Just little steps, people, little steps. We're all going to get there together. Those of you who can be saved will be saved. And all the other fucking simps can walk the fucking plank.
It's 2 days before your anniversary, you said?
Yes.
Okay, so did you and your wife eventually talk to your parents?
We did. Like we thought, like, should we call them? And we figured, you know, they if they wanted to call us, they would call us, and then they didn't. And so we figured, well, they'll call us on our anniversary, and so, you know, we can just sit tight. And I'm sure it's, you know, pretty stressful. And, you know, this guy was arrested in Miami, and so they called us on our anniversary, which was the 28th.
Okay, so that was 2 days after the arrest, I think?
2 days after I found out, yes.
2 days after you found out, thank you. So on the 28th, did you talk to Donna Adelson?
Yes.
All right. And when she called you, was she telling you the good news that Danny's killers were arrested?
No, just called us for anniversary, you know, and you know, wished us well, and had some small talk for a bit. You know, I kind of let it go for a little bit. And I mean, this was not small news. And so I finally broached the topic and said, you know, they found the guy, they arrested someone who killed Danny. You know, there's no response. And then I said it, you know, at least 2 or 3 times that, you know, they made an arrest. They got the guy who killed Danny.
Yeah. It was so funny when Wendi, what was that? What was that shown on? I think it may have been on the Over My Dead Body podcast. Hey guys, sorry I didn't have the coffee alerts on, but I see that Christina, wonderful Christina, and wonderful Pinto sent us some wonderful coffees, and we thank you so much, guys. That is very helpful for the channel.
Yeah, and then her response was, you know, I've got to go.
Let me just check if that alert thing is back on there. So we know, so we can thank people, so we don't miss. Oh, and by the way, also, we want to thank Catherine, our good friend, our Clearwater friend, all the way down there in Florida. Yeah, thank you for the PayPal. We saw that come in also. Very nice of you, Catherine. Where's, let me check this thing.
Fucking A, bro. I'm gonna fucking fuck up where the fuck you fucking with me.
Some people have been requesting a new coffee alert notification sound. And I get it. But what? It needs to be as good as that or better. And is that possible? I'm not sure. How about Grant Armado saying, it was mainly just a money thing with him. I mean, he would go on about it all the time. That'll be funny.
And then did she hang up the phone after that?
Yes.
And did you ever talk to her about it again, ever after that?
No.
Just a second. Other than, you know, her reaching out for happy birthdays, happy anniversaries, that kind of thing, was that the last conversation you had with her?
That was the last time I spoke to her.
Okay, that's all. Thank you.
Present.
Uh-oh. How are we going to deal with this? God, I keep trying to drag you onto the life raft, Christina, you know? Come on. Open that mind. Open that wonderful information mind. There's room for one more on the Jolly Roger. The car theory was in case the car was seen, not so that the car would deliberately be seen. Okay. That just, I'm not going to go off on one, all right? But just limited to that essence of what you're saying really doesn't pass the test, you know? You can't have it both ways. You know, there wasn't even an order for it to be done at the house. I don't think they fucking even thought about it. From the Adelsons, well, from Charlie's perspective, he was under the misapprehension that he was hiring a professional killer that would know how to not get fucking caught. You know, and it's true that the best way for it to have been done would for no car. I mean, it doesn't take long to walk around the back. You know, you have the car somewhere else. They didn't need to drive onto his driveway. It would have been much better for have the car somewhere else, around the back or whatever. Down that storm drain. Sonic boom!
Fucking with me.
Madeleine, thank you so much. What does Madeleine say? Madeleine says, do not change Katie's message. It will be the last coffee from me. Okay, Madeleine has spoken. You see, it goes to the highest bidder, right? Yeah, the best thing would be to have no car and have that somewhere else and have one person go and lie in wait with a gun, you know, around the side of the house, or, you know, they followed him around town. They were looking for an opportune place. They started following him from his house, then followed him to the daycare, then followed him to the gym, waited there for an hour, and then followed him home. If your orders are to kill him at his house, you know, why? Why would you follow him around? And I don't see Charlie Adelson getting involved in the minutiae, saying, okay, what we're going to do is, this is exactly how I want the murder to be done. We want the murder to be done at the house. Because if the murder is done at the house, then it'll be blah, 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 blah. You know. No. It didn't fucking matter. The point was, no witnesses. Professional killer. You know, think about Leon. Leon had been on the rooftop of the house opposite on Trescott Drive with a sniper and then disappear like a ghost. Leon the professional, that's who they should have hired. And Natalie Portman could have helped.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
gotta make you a special fucking a special customized t-shirt, Michelle. Like, just one that says, I don't care about the Adelson car rental theory. You know, just like, don't talk to me. Don't talk to me.
Just a second, Ron.
We've heard from the car rental fucking manager. We've heard everything from Lewis, right? Lewis's deal of the century is 19 years and you go free. And I think he's even wangled a clean record out of it, hasn't he? I mean, let's leave that off because I can't remember if that's true or not. 19 years, you go free. But if you lie or hold anything back, then the deal's off the table. And you're saying that he's going to hold back on this inconsequential detail that's nothing to do with nothing when he's come forward about everything. Yeah, I'm going to tell you everything, but I'm not going to tell you that we were told to get a certain kind of car. What? You know, there's a huge list. Do people not believe that I have put a fucking shitload of work into forging an opinion? Why are people still trying to argue with me? No one has looked into this more than me. You know, I'm going to actually have to force myself to go through that creator's video on this subject. We all know what her opinion was. I forget her name, you know, the moody one. You know, the moody one. What's her name? I don't know. Just, you know, she's the one that's always got a face like whatever her name is. You know, I got to go through that video bit by bit by bit by bit so that I can tear the, you know, just burn and tear that down, burn it down, piece by piece. You know, that. Nobody has done more work on this than me. So why do people argue? Like this idiot, this buns for the blind. I mean, even his name is stupid. Fucking hill to die on. Bring it. Chancey Myers says, the thing is, when you get online to rent a car, you can request what kind of car that you want. However, when you get there, there's no guarantee you will get that exact car. Yeah, okay. I mean, even in 2014, that was still the case. I mean, you select the what do you call it? The category, you know. Multi-person vehicle, compact, executive, you know, those categories. And they just went for the standard range. But, you know, there's a little bit of a twist in that the rental company was kind of a, you know, it wasn't like Hertz Enterprise or those big ones. It was a kind of place where you just go in and get given a car or request one on the day. But you know, if you're told to get a certain kind of car, and granted, there was a Nissan, albeit an Altima, not a fucking Sentra, which they are different, and Altima is much bigger. That was silver. Jeff's car was silver. Okay. But, you know, there's two other cars involved. One was a fucking blue Hyundai Elantra, and one was a green, all right, silver pine mica, whatever, silver green Toyota Prius. There's not a single car, well, obviously, I was going to say there's not a single car on the road that's more distinguishable than a Toyota Prius. That might be a slight exaggeration. There's lots of distinctive cars, but even people that don't know shit about cars recognize a Prius. It's very distinctive. It's a very unusual shape. Even, you know, as is shown by fucking Jim Geiger, who saw the car for fucking 3 seconds and is old as fuck in a stressful situation on the 911 call. I think it was a Prius. Everybody knows a Prius. Soap knows how to recognize a Prius. And it looks nothing like a fucking Sentra at all. Like, not even close. Not from any angle. Not from the side, the back, the front, nothing. Wheel length's different. A-frame's different. Headlights are different. Taillights are different. Everything is different. You know, they pick 3 different cars. This is the deal, right? You go to any fucking car rental company in North America today, the majority of the cars available are going to be manufactured by Japanese, Korean. Why? Because they're considered to be reliable, cost effective, fuel efficient. So they're attractive to companies and to renters. It's going to cost you less to run, it's less to maintain, and so on and so on and so on. Japanese, you know, of course there's fucking Chevys and Fords and Dodge and whatever else, but most of them are Japanese or Korean. Nissan, Honda, Toyota, Hyundai, and Kia, right? Jeff happened to have a standard 4-door Japanese saloon. Most hire cars are standard 4-door Japanese saloons. You know what I mean? If Jeff had a fucking red Dodge Challenger and the killers came up in a red Dodge Challenger, okay, that would be something. But what people don't realize is what they're actually saying is, hey, look, that guy who's got one of the most common cars on the road has the same car as the hire company, which most of their fleet is made up of the most common cars on the road. It's fucking ridiculous. And for the simps, it's like all they want is this. The danger that I worry about with this is if there is this. If someone's guilty about something, Wendi, yeah, if she's guilty of this crime, but in an attempt to show the jury why she's guilty of this crime, the accusation is something that is ultimately verified and proven to be untrue. It undermines the veracity of the actual evidence against her. It gives the defense weight to say, you see, they were trying to push that car theory because they're biased, you know? You see what I'm saying? I could explain that a lot better if I had a few moments to think, but that's my concern. And this climate of this 80% of chimpanzees that follow this case, right? They don't give a fuck about that. Why? Because they just want to be on the hype mobile so they can go, oh, I heard that there was an attempt to for the killers to get a car that looked like Jeff Car. Fucking retarded. Oh, I'm sorry, Michelle. I'll shut up. Michelle, I'm sorry. She's probably already left. She's probably burning her moderator wrench.
Again, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
In between 2012 and 2014, how many times did you come to visit your family in South Florida?
2012 and 2014.
Should we play this? We'll play the chef, Michelle. That'll cheer everyone up, right? We'll just take a break, have a breath. Play the chef. Those of you that didn't see our video last night because it wasn't Adelson's, it was reloacte, and he's a real Muppet. And we were trying to work out which Muppet he would be. And I was thinking Fuzzy Bear or Gonzo, but then our brand new character director, Michelle, came up with this and just put it forward, and it was brilliant. It was exactly, and the funny thing is that reloacte, the criminal that we were watching last night, is a fish chef.
A birthday corn, the birthday first in the vinegar, and a puppety corn. A first a puppety corn, the shrimp.
And he actually kind of talked like this in a way, because when he realised he was going to jail forever, it was a little slower, but he just sort of did this mumbly thing, you know? So it was exactly like this, and he even has a little mustache like that.
Shrimpies, little shrimpies, oh the shrimpy, oh the little pretty shrimpy, oh the sushi, oh the sushi. And they burn it on the pot, and they get into the pot, and they cover the shrimpins for the boil and the burn of the shrimpins. And they're making a puppety corn, and they're making a puppety corn, and read it shiny.
Oh yeah, no, I got a copyright ban yesterday because of the song Popcorn, so we got to shut it off there. But Avocado says, the Donna verdict reaction for the coffee alert. Maybe Judge Everett's reprimand. Miss Adelson, calm yourself. Yeah, I'll have a think about it. Where's that button?
My daughter was born in October of 2012, and so I think my dad's birthday there was a Thanksgiving, I think, in 2013. So I mean, pretty much Thanksgivings were the times when we would travel, having a 1-year-old and a 3-year-old. So
Sure. Okay, so Thanksgiving of 2013 and then your dad's birthday in 2014.
yeah, there could have been one other one, but I remember those two for certain that I could swear to.
Okay, and when you came for his birthday was on the 5th. You came in on the 4th, the party was on the 5th, and you left on the 6th, correct?
That's my memory of it.
And Thanksgiving, kind of the same thing? I mean, you got a job you got to get back to, right?
Yeah, yep.
Okay. And how frequent were the phone calls that you were having with your family?
Probably less than once a week, maybe every other week, something like that.
And when I say family, I think I'm referring to Donna.
Sure.
Okay. Now, you were here on the 5th for your dad's birthday. You said you went home on the 6th.
Yep.
And Danny Markel was brutally murdered on July the 18th of 2014. That was in the summer.
Correct.
Recall that?
Yes.
And when did you arrive in Florida to be with your family?
I didn't.
Okay, thank you.
Anytime, Christina, you know, we can call on Discord, so anytime. Or if you got WhatsApp, WhatsApp's better.
You had mentioned in your direct testimony that your mom called and said you shouldn't talk to the police. You recall that?
Yeah, I do, yes.
What actually happened was a family friend, Michael Weinstein, you know him, correct?
I do, yeah.
Your mom indicated that he had called and advised that as a family friend and an attorney that you all should not talk to the police. That's what she told you, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah.
Thank you. I don't have anything further.
Redirect examination.
No, sir. Thank you.
You may step down. Does the state
Who is Kristen H. Estrada? Do you think that's the sister of George Estrada? Kristen, can I give you a message to give to George?
have a witness that will go?
Could you please tell him to get a personality? You know, just have Jeff Bezos send him a personality to download onto his chip. The developers they missed something when they made him.
About a half hour exactly.
One very brief witness that we can do and be done for the day.
Please call your witness.
They call Bill Brennan.
Right, we need someone with some pep. We need someone with some pep now. We're only we're less than 2 hours in. That was a fucking mess. I don't even remember what happened. This always happens when I watch Rob. What witness or anything? What should we have a look at now? Let me see if I've got anything from the cops that they sent me that we haven't gone through before. Or maybe something we'll do again. Why don't we do... FOIA. We could have a look at the colleague. The Greenbergs. Kiana. Schmidt. Schlazer. Willie Hill. How about some wiretaps? Or some jail calls? Should we do some jail calls? Someone pick a number between 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Pick a number between 1 and 7. There you go. Anybody? Michelle, give us a number. Anything between 1 and 7. Five. Beautiful. Beautiful. Good job. One, two, three, four, 5.
Charlie. Yeah, no worries.
You got both of us.
Yeah, got us both. All right. Yeah, no, I'm gonna be all right.
I know you will, Charlie.
I will, Charlie. I'm gonna be good. I'll be strong. I'll be fine.
Yes.
Yeah.
I know
I'll be all right. I'll be strong. I'll be bored. I won't have a jet ski.
you will. This is crappy where you are. This is going to be, it's going to get better as you get the hell out of that room. That does a little better.
I'll feel a little better once I get into the other pod and I can move around a little bit.
Right. Right. I know.
Right.
You're stuck in here.
I'm literally.
Yeah, Wakulla Springs in the park. Yep, I remember that. Boss lady lives just 7 minutes or millimeters. 7 millimeter minutes away from Wakulla Springs. And is it any good? Do they have a petting zoo? Do they have any gorillas?
Like, it's in solitary hell.
You did 5 months already. It's really hard to go back to that. Terrible.
Well, at least then I can look outside my window. This is not like, it doesn't feel like this place is filthy.
Yeah, it's the little things from now on, Charlie. At least then I can look outside my window and see another wall. That's not my wall. It's the outside wall, so that'll be fun. Yeah, I had a banana today, and it was great.
You can't step on the floor, piss on the floor. You stick to the floor, there's blood on the walls and shit on the ceiling.
So,
That's got to be a t-shirt, hasn't it? What is it? Piss on the floor. Blood on the walls. Shit on the ceiling. I think just that. Keep it simple. What's it going to sell?
as I told you, I told you exactly at 12:05 when Dan texted me what he said. So he's trying, Charlie.
Yeah, no, I know. This cheap Mac who's like this cheap. We got him in charge of once. He's supposed to come down and see me.
Who's the one that he said he spoke to? He spoke to the other.
He spoke to Whaley.
Well, that's it. He spoke to Whaley.
Yeah. It's just, it is a lot.
Yeah, it's more than a lot.
It is, Charlie.
It's unfathomable. It's unthinkable. It's more than a lot. I mean, right? I can't.
It just kills me because I knew that this is what Tallahassee was going to do. I knew exactly, and it's like no matter what your case is, no matter who your lawyers are, no matter what jury consultants you get, you're still dealing with the 911 operators and coming out for your jury's trial.
Dad actually doesn't know you. He told me the story before about one of the people. She was on the jury, right?
No. We had to use an X to get rid of her. The judge wouldn't release her for cause.
Just wouldn't release her for cause. The mother of the 911.
No,
the aunt, right?
Her nephew took the 911 call when Dan was shot. He's the one that's heard on the call during the dispatch. So the aunt came out for jury selection, and we said to the judge, well, we're going to be, what if we're critical?
Let's just think about that for a moment, okay? So Charlie is complaining that he had to use one of his exes to blackball a jury member who happened to be the aunt of the 911 operator that took the call from Jim Geiger. Now, the Markels put a suit, I think it was a a civil suit against, well, probably not him personally, but the dispatch, 911 dispatch, and got awarded $30,000 because, you know, when he took the call, he didn't really get the urgency and ended up sending ambulances from further away than they needed to be without, you know, giving them the urgency. So, and you can hear that on the call. That does, he doesn't seem to really understand what's going on, and it is unfortunate. But so the judge would not remove the aunt of the 911 operator for cause. What are we saying here? That the aunt of the 911 operator is going to be so overcome by bias that they're not going to uphold their oath of a juror to consider the evidence and put aside, that they're going to be invested in convicting her. I mean, or him in this case. That I don't even get that. Why would that make any difference? I don't even get that at all.
So her nephew was taking the call, and where there's some critique that we have, and that's his aunt, and she's on the jury, and she's listening to us critique her nephew's performance. And she said, well, I could be fair and treat him fair and give him a fair shot and follow the jury's instructions and pursue him to be innocent until proven guilty. And they go, okay, she can follow the rule of law. We can keep her. They can keep her in the pool. The only people who got kicked off for cause are that they said they can't follow the judge's instructions and they can't change their thoughts that they had on the case. Yeah. Like I had the mayor. The mayor was with all these people for 8 hours. They were with the mayor of Tallahassee. He was the last one we brought in. And we asked him if he knew about the case. He said he knew about the case. He thought I was guilty. And he said, there's nothing you can say that would make me change my mind.
Very good.
I said, okay, you're struck for cause. That gets you struck for cause. But being the aunt of the 911 operator in the trial, you're good to go. Not struck for cause.
Counties, right?
So you had to use one of your strikes on her. They wouldn't take it.
No, I had to use my strike on her. I mean, how much closer to the case can you get?
No.
You know, and then you got the guy who knows all about the case, who was a lieutenant, and he was with the Miami-Dade Police, 24-year arson investigator, know-it-all, who knows everything. You know, told us he had a photographic memory. You know, Duman asked him a couple questions. He said the guy didn't know what he was talking about. Later, he asked specific questions about stuff. The guy knew all about the case, but he said he could be fair and be impartial. But you got to get this guy off. Like, it was the people that we were using our 10Xs on were people that, like, you could not sit them on your jury. Like, you already knew they were there to convict. It was painfully obvious. But Dan said, listen, I don't know how truthful our jury was on the ones we picked. I mean, you only know what they tell you.
Of course.
If they say, I know nothing, it's hard to get the full question.
Yeah.
You know, not to mention, you're going to release all these people's names to the community this week of who sat on the jury. People are going to be curious, just glance at the names, see if I know anybody. That small town mentality. Let me look at the names, see if I know anybody.
Mm-hmm.
Like, okay, I know this person. Well, do you think this person, if they let me go, they want to be getting phone calls from that person? Well, what are you, crazy?
Yeah.
You know, I think the case that I had this whole long talk with Mom, but I'll make it short. I think the case got dumbed down to Wendi as a TV repairman. She got a TV joke. She got a TV as a gift. The undercover guy is trying to extort you for money. Mom references the TV. You got the TV coincidence that it's unbelievable that TV came up that many times. On the day of the murder, TV getting repaired. That's her alibi. Then the other thing that's unshakable is what Kaplan said. She just couldn't help herself. She had to drive to the scene of the crime, out of her way on the liquor store. The 3 new liquor stores closed her, and shows up an hour after everything was done because she just couldn't help herself. Well, if it's true, and Wendi showed up because she knew something was going to happen, then I'm guilty. Without a doubt. If you want to say it's a coincidence, then you can excuse that with the word coincidence. But like the things line up, they line up. So you can have an explanation, or you just say it's a coincidence. But you can't use the word coincidence too many times before someone says, do you think I'm stupid? Like, how often do you want to say the word coincidence before you tell me I'm stupid? Or think I'm stupid, or take me for stupid. Then you got all these other people piling on who have motives. Every other person running their mouth has a fucking motive. They all have motives up there. Even my best friend Ryan Fitzpatrick said this. Okay, I didn't even know the guy at 14. Okay, I had 2 text messages with him. Doesn't matter. She said he's my best friend. He must be my best friend. So like, you could boil the whole case down to what the fuck's Wendi doing at his house an hour after he gets shot. That's the whole case. Yeah. If it's a coincidence.
Hey Charlie, if Ryan Fitzpatrick's not your best friend, who is? Your accountant? Your insider trading accountant? I mean, who? As far as I understood it, you spent a lot of time with Ryan. I know that there were those guys that you were planning to go to Europe with. Did he actually go on that? Do you remember the call where it was like, and traveling with 4 people is the perfect number because you can get a taxi together. It's just like, what?
I could be innocent. If it's not a coincidence, I have to be guilty.
Well, not just you. If you're guilty, Wendi's guilty.
Well, of course. Yeah, she has prior knowledge.
That's what she was saying.
She's showing up. Right. I mean, she basically called her out on it. Like, she couldn't help but go see. Well, that's like saying that she was a part of it. She couldn't help herself. Wasn't that what happened?
That's exactly what she said.
So she's giving a logical, simple explanation to a simple act. She showed up because she knew something was going to happen. Why else would she? What else are the chances of Wendi leaving her house 7 miles away, looking to drive down any street on that date, at that time, an hour after everything happened, for one reason only, and it's to go buy a bottle of liquor? Were there no liquor stores close to her house? Yeah, they mapped out like 3 or 4 or 5 of them. Was that the most direct route to the liquor store? It was the route she knew how to go, but it wasn't the most direct route. So it's not the most direct route. It passes 3 other liquor stores that are way closer. And she's looking to drive down that street on that time, on that date. I said to Mom, Dad, I said, what are the chances of that? Like 1 in 10,000 or more?
More. I mean, it's so crazy. It's so crazy, but it happens.
Yeah. But then what happens is then they fill it in with all the chicken shit that they're trying to make chicken salad out of, where they throw in, we've got emails, we've got angry emails, we've got this, we've got that. Like me saying I didn't just say I got 1 reason for you not to buy a house. I said I got 5 reasons for you not to buy a house. But like, you've got, you put everything together, and you got Wendi showing up at the crime scene an hour after it happened and trying to drive past the house. Like, it has to be either she knew about it or it's a crazy coincidence. Yeah. And if you vote that she knew about it, then you got to vote guilty. I think it literally got dumbed down to like block everything else that Dan said. Everything Dan said was just an excuse at that point. It was, do you think that she drove by the house because she knew, or she drove by the house because it was a coincidence at that time? One of the, which one do you think?
Yeah.
That day, that time, that location, with a very poor reason, to be honest with you. I mean, the logical reason is if you're going to a liquor store, there's three or four of them that are closer. If you're going to go to that liquor store, there's a more direct route to go to that liquor store. You went out of your way to go to that liquor store. So if you're going from A to B, why take a detour past his house on that date on that time? So I think the whole case, honestly, I think the whole case got dumbed down. So I want to believe it's a 1 to 10,000. I think you can honestly dumb it down to, do I want to believe there's a 1 in 10,000 chance, or she had prior knowledge? If you say she had to have had prior knowledge, is the possibility. Yes, the reason she didn't want to go to the other liquor stores really never came out. The reason that she gave that she took a more out of the way route to that liquor store really never came out. The fact is, she was planning on traveling down this street on that date at that time. One of two reasons. Either knew or didn't know. And if you knew, you got to put everything out the window and be like, I don't need to listen to anything else. I'm guilty. She knew something was going to happen. That's simple. And that's why such a big deal was made about Wendy's travel route that day. Yeah. That was a big piece of evidence.
Yeah, I know.
That was a big piece of evidence, and the TV was a big piece of evidence. And not for me making a joke, but just
the repair.
The repair being done that day, and when the undercover comes to you that day, everything's always revolving around the TV set. Yeah. Do I want to believe that was a coincidence? Two big coincidences? Like, I could have bought her anything else for the fucking move out. I could have bought her a blender. I could have bought her a sofa. Bought her a rug. Like, that one object that keeps coming up. It's got to be code something, otherwise why would we keep referencing it? I swear to God, I really truly believe that you look at those, can you hear me okay? Hello?
I know. No, we're here, honey. I'm listening to you. Yeah, I get it.
There's pain and itself back and forth, but I really truly believe that if you look at the coincidence of traveling on that date, that time, you listen to her reasons, they don't really hold that much water for, they don't sound logical when you say there was 3 or 4 more liquor stores, when you say that there's a more direct route to that liquor store, reasoning starts to kind of sound a little soft. And then you add it up with the TV and how and when it came into conversations, and all of a sudden you're like, it's either both coincidences or she knows and that's why she's there, and he knows and that's why she's talking about TV. We solved the case. Like, I really do believe that's what it came down to. After that, I think they could pull out everything out of the house. They have her map, they have her days, they have her times, they have the TV code. To me, I hearing that in the room over and over and over and over again. Like, that was in the opening and that was in the closing.
Yeah.
And the only way you can explain something is this big coincidence, but 2 big coincidences, one big coincidence is hard to swallow. 2 big coincidences surrounding the case starts making you say, like, how many coincidences are you allowed?
Yeah, we talked about that before. It's like too many. How is it possible?
But you know what's not a coincidence? The killer's having a Japanese car. That's just probability. That's the law of averages, okay? Shh, no cars.
Just impossible.
Yeah, I mean, your house is literally 300 feet from the turnpike. Like,
yeah.
It's just, I mean, certain things are like, Jesus, like.
I don't think that was it. I think the things you.
What are people talking about with these calls here? I need to get back to that. Let's go to the comments. Okay, where do we start? Michelle says, Kristen H. Oh, I think she absolutely does. Well, now we need Kristen's comment. Kristen H. Estrada says, yes, TikTok Donna. I wonder if in this moment she knows she's fleeing yet. Oh, yeah, absolutely. I don't think she does, but I am not certain. She knows. This is... She's already on the phone setting up emergency visas, okay? She's already trying to research non-extradition countries. I mean, that's not opinion, that's verified fact. So, yeah, she knows she's fleeing. Michelle says, oh, I think she absolutely does. She was trying to get an emergency... There you go. See, Michelle knows. Passport at the point of already looking for non-extradition countries. Great minds, Michelle, great minds. Renee Bach says, I was the only Renee back in the day. In my small town anyway. Yeah. Magritte, Renee Magritte. But of course he was with only one E. Well, 2, but not 3. Ce n'est pas un pipe. Kristen H says, and she's not saying anything to Charlie about fleeing. She knows his calls are recorded. Yeah, but there's the hot mic call where she thinks she's hung up the phone and then is speaking to her friends about fleeing to Vietnam. Have you not heard that one, Kristen? It makes no difference, TCM. They are playing the victims. Sorry, I don't know what that's in reference to. In reference to what, man? that's the Sammy. They did not care about their calls were being recorded. Well, I don't know about that. I mean, you can hear sometimes when Charlie Adelson is on the phone here on the jailhouse calls talking to Donna and saying, yeah, fucking Wendi with her driving down Trescott, and you can hear Donna wants to pull it back because he sounds like he's going to say something, and she's trying to remind him to not say anything, but without herself saying anything, So she's just like, but it was a coincidence. It was funny. So they are aware. They are slightly careful, but Charlie is not in a good frame of mind, obviously. Kristen H says, Charlie paid a shit ton for a jewelry consultant. Well, it was $1 million to Josh Dubin. My estimate, this is not confirmed, but my considered estimate for Charlie Adelson's defense, all encompassing, every bill paid, dollar bills, up north of $5 million. Yeah? That's a lot of money, man. That is an enormous amount of money. And what did he get out of it? He got Daniel Rashbaum and Josh Dubin. Josh Dubin did absolutely nothing. His business is completely charlatanism. His business, this is Josh Dubin's business, okay? It's like the emperor's new clothes. You find someone who is rich and desperate and about to go to jail forever. Now, if they do go to jail forever, they've lost all their money anyway. Pretty much. I mean, you could say, well, he could have given it to his child or something, but, I don't think that really... Let's just keep it simple. You've lost all your money forever. So why not pay Josh Dubin? It's $1 million, but, if you don't have me, you go to jail forever. If you got me, you got a chance. With us, you have cards. Michelle says, almond fence. I know, right? They really thought they had escaped getting caught. I mean, they had 10 years. They thought they were clear. Ooh, no. I mean, the shit came down in 2016. They had 2 years where they thought they were clear. They were probably real cautious for the first 6 months. I mean, they weren't even that cautious. I mean, Katie was put on the books, in August, September of 2014? But at least in their mind, they were probably thinking, oh, the investigation they could be coming, we don't know. But after the first 6 months, they would have had a good, solid 18 months of I suppose it was April 2016, so what is that? What's July to April? August, September, October, November, December, January, February, March, April. So that's 9. I'm lost. 15 months. They would have had 15 months of just thinking, we did it, we are clear, they're never going to get us, we're fine, those stupid cops. But then April happens. You know, Katie was arrested later that year. Sigfredo was arrested in May 2016. So shit was coming down. Charlie was panicking. We heard June. He would take long walks. He would be snappy, blah, blah, blah. And of course, Charlie was arrested in 2022. So that'd be 8 years. But the majority of those 8 years, he was in a constant state of paranoia. I mean, can you imagine? Everywhere you go. We saw in Matsuri. And don't forget that there will be, you know, as far as the police surveillance from the undercover, we've seen the Dolce Vita video, we've seen the Matsuri video, we've seen photographs of him outside that what's the bar called in the marina? Monty's. We've seen photographs outside Monty's, we've seen photographs of him in the Mercedes. We've seen photographs of him and June at his house. Well, that was the press, but as far as the police surveillance go, can you imagine how many locations that an undercover agent would have been filming Charlie, recording Charlie, that we haven't seen? Because it would have been more than just Dolce Vita and Matsuri, right? Probably quite a bit. It's just that those ones were the ones that contained probative content of probative value. So we've seen them. But I'd give anything to have a look at like the works, everything they got. That'll be good. I wonder if we can get that through the Information Act. I'm not sure. Not sure. Can you imagine what Donna is saying about her jury? Yeah.
You mentioned what they dumbed it down to, because that's easy.
Oh,
You know, that's
I
easy to
think
remember.
when you need to think about it, you think, is there any way, like, what are the chances of her showing up? Like, listen, she showed up because she knew that it was all set up. What are the chances of her showing up randomly? I would say 1 in 10,000. You know, because of the timing.
Hey, we got
Yeah, of course.
we got 100 people in chat right now. Please do leave a like on the video. Subscribe to the channel, because we got some fucking dynamite stuff about to drop here, man. I mean really good. You know, we're usually pretty good, but now we're really good. So subscribe to that channel, this channel. Like, share, leave a comment, and support the channel on buymeacoffee.com. Become a Patreon member on Patreon. Links in the description. Buy the merch and join the social networks. Links in the description. Also PayPal. Links in the description. If you want to support the channel, if you think it's good, if you think it's worth like a tip. You know when you're walking along the street and sometimes you see a guy playing a guitar, you know, and you think, hey, look, that guy's dependent on the public. And you think, yeah, he's working hard, he's putting in the hours, he's sharing his talent and skills. Let's give him some money. It's just like that, but, you know, I'm on the other side of the Atlantic Ocean. That doesn't mean I should be persecuted. Do the right thing, man. This ain't going away. I was with Taco up in Broward, and he told me everything. Support the channel on buymeacoffee.com/True Crime Metrix and PayPal.
In the thousands, one in that thousand. So on that date, okay, so you're saying it's a coincidence, and George Kaplan's gone. She just couldn't help herself. She knew why she showed up. She couldn't help herself. What sounds like a more logical explanation? Yeah.
Hey, look. You see, there's our fantastic merch. Look at it. Look how great that is. Kosher style milk and meat. We got sweaters. We got hoodies. We got t-shirts. We got mugs. We got it all. It's all on our fantastic link. Why don't we have a look at it now? Let's go to the merch shop together as one, forever in peace. How do we do that? We go here. Fucking, I really like making the merch. We got to make some more. We will be making some more tomorrow. Tomorrow. Good stuff. Oh no. Shit. Oh, I know. I need to go to that other link. Bonfire. By the way, if anyone is still using Teespring, leave that company immediately. They are criminals. They are crooks. I mean, their fucking whole board of directors should be in jail. It's that bad. They still owe me money. Look, we've got a Judge Everett flag. Sally, you need 100 of these for your property. Oh, what else? Look, kosher style mug. Fantastic mug. Look at that fucking fantastic mug. What a great mug that is, kosher style. And it's ironic because Jews don't eat shrimp, right? Funny. Luis Rivera, everybody's favorite, most lovable criminal in the world. The blog is Wendi. The coffee is Wendi. The coffee is Metrix. What else we got? Kosher, another kosher style, the hamburger, the cheeseburger. No milk and meat. Kosher rules have to do with the separation of milk and meat. And what did Wendi say about the food at her wedding? There was some confusion about whether the food was going to be kosher or kosher style. And the funny thing is that kosher style is just a nonsensical concept. It doesn't make any sense. There's no such thing as kosher style. It's either kosher or it's not. What else we got? I might delete that one. The Stay Tuned one with Wendi on there. Yeah, it's not the best. But I love the shrimp. The shrimp's my favorite. But what color? Such a range of colors. Millions and millions of colors. Which is the best? Find yours today. Oh, I don't like that purple one. That's no good at all. Yeah. But, oh, what about this one? This is nice. Or the hoodie. Look at that fantastic hoodie. It's so big and nice. Limited edition. The best. Anyway, let's get back to the video.
Dan is trying to explain something away that's a 1 in 10,000 chance. And you know what happens? You start having to explain things. Eventually, it sounds like you're just making excuses. So instead of being able to explain the other stuff, which is the meat and potatoes of the case, we're having to fight what the fuck is Wendi doing there on that day and that time? If she knew, you gotta put her guilty. You use common sense. I really think it, honestly, I hate to say it, but I think it completely got, instead of being able to focus on meat and potatoes, it got the crazy coincidences, the batshit crazy, emails going back and forth. And then it just sets the stage for, like, them showing autopsy photos. And it just adjusted it.
It's how she, it's not even so much sum it up, it's how she sloughed over everything and made it so simple at the end. So simple.
Well, was it cool? Listen, I mean, I'm putting myself in the juror's position. If you're telling me that she showed up there and I'm hearing the excuses of why she showed up, it's kind of feeling a little like I'm being sold something, but I can buy it. Then you're telling me about the TV not being a total coincidence. Okay. But now you got all this other stuff you're trying to kind of like you almost, there's too many coincidences of things involving, technically involved around the case are very hard to explain away other than saying that was just a fucking coincidence. Yeah. That was a 1 in 10,000. That was a 1 in 10. By the way, that's why people think Wendi's guilty.
What? I didn't hear that.
That's why people think Wendi's guilty is what the fuck was she doing showing up at the scene.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I understand that. And now that you're guilty, she's guilty.
Well, if she showed up at that scene, it's because she had prior knowledge.
Right.
If she had prior knowledge, then it's guilty and I'm guilty.
Right.
Like, you can't.
He's basically confirming that the jury got it right, isn't it? If she showed up at that scene, she had prior knowledge. Well, she did show up at the scene. So she had prior knowledge. And so did you. So,
Explain things other than coincidences, It's like, that sometimes you can prove things are just coincidences. I remember one time I was saying to Dave Coffee, like, oh, we got to get together soon, man. It's been years or whatever. And I was talking to him, I think I was walking the dog. And then the next day I was flying out to Vegas. I didn't tell him I was flying out to Vegas. He didn't tell me he was flying out to Vegas. The next day I remember walking around the pool going to put my, look for a chair at the Wynn, the Wynn Hotel. And they've got 2 pools. And I'm walking around the pool trying to get a chair. Literally, like, people are laying in a pool, they're laying face down or turned to the side. You can walk right by it. It's not like I'm really looking at people. I start walking around the pool. I'm out there for 4 minutes. I walk right into it.
I know. That was the craziest coincidence, right? You just had
spoken the night before, said, we got to get together soon, and then
the next day.
I didn't tell him I was going to Vegas. He didn't tell me he was going to Vegas. And there's a pool, and I happened to be out there early. It was like 10 in the morning. And I went for a lap around the pool just to see what it looked like and just walk around. Walk straight into it. I mean, how many hotels are there in Vegas? How many pools are there? How easy it is to stay at the same hotel and not run into somebody. He's in San Diego, other Fort Lauderdale. The next day, I have a drink.
I know. Coincidence.
That's a coincidence. But like that kind of stuff. But then when you look into it, you can see like when did he buy his ticket? When did you buy your ticket? Were you communicating with them around the same time? Was there, who was he planning on going with? Or was I planning to go with? Do people know each other? Like that's why they go into you calling Wendi and talking to her that morning about confirming her TV appointment.
Yeah.
Like, that's why there was so much time spent on it. I'm just replaying everything in my head, but, like, that wasn't for any other reason but to show, look, you're calling her and talk to her first thing in the morning. I'm talking to her. Like, I'm in the car for an hour and a half while I'm working Jupiter. Oh, my God. But by the way, whatever happened when that person looked at Tortuga, did he write it?
Yeah.
What's that?
No, and he had another showing the other day. He asked if anyone rented it for Tugas.
No.
No. What did you say? It was too much?
No, I think, I don't know that one.
Oh, there was
The other
another
one that wanted to see.
No, there was another one after that. He showed it a couple of times this week.
Shannon says to me, she's like, oh, what's going on with Fortuna? She said, I see it was taken off the market. And I'm like, I got no idea.
No, I don't know who. I don't know who said that. Who said that?
Janet said it was taken off the market.
No, it's not.
Who said that?
Janice. No,
Oh.
the sign is outside. I talk to him almost every other day. Absolutely not. It's not the case.
Okay.
I don't know why she.
And, yeah, maybe a realtor site. Maybe they didn't have it on the same realtor site, or maybe you should look at it realty.com, or I don't know. They look pretty well.
Yeah. No, that's why, Dan, I keep thinking it's November. What's taking so long? I mean, we thought September, we thought October. I'm shocked, actually.
So I'm not shocked when there's 8% interest rate. The house it costs more now than it did before.
Yeah.
I mean, I think that the people who aren't taking out loans are still like those really expensive homes where people aren't taking out loans when they're millions and millions of like $5-6 million homes. I think they're not taking out loans, but I think the homes where people take out loans get affected drastically when the 30-year mortgage is 8%.
Yeah. No, I agree.
Because people who buy an $800,000 home, you know, the people who put $300 down and take a loan out for $500, put $200, you know, they put $200 down and take a loan out for $600. But and then it affects it.
Right.
I mean, look, I would see what you can do about renting it, maybe. Like, but if you sell it, like I guess it's more.
Yeah, that's
For me,
fine.
it's more.
I know.
It's more of a manage.
Yeah.
That place was big. Like, I know it wasn't fancy. I know it was like I walked in and it was like it was home. And I think mentally for the last year and a half, like I've been walking into that house in my head, like envisioning coming home there. Just, you know, it's all I just feel like I was con, to get quite honest with you. Like, you know, when you know better and then you make a mistake, you feel like you're like, it's one thing if you do something and you're like, this is what I think is the right thing to do, and then it doesn't work out. That's traveling your gut. Another thing when your gut tells you something, and then you go, you know the decision you should make. Your gut tells you something, and then you get talked into something other than your gut, and then it turns out not to be the best thing. Then you get even more mad at yourself because you're like, I fucking knew better.
Right.
Like I knew exactly. Like I was able to articulate it. I was able to express it. I knew, like every step of the way, what things would look like. I literally, and you know I did because I told you.
No, I know you told me.
And I'm not talking about one thing in particular. I'm just saying lots of things. Like,
right.
I knew ahead of time. I knew I could see how things would turn out. I could see how Doreen would be moving to North Carolina. Like I could see things. I felt things. Like I feel it in my bones. Like I saw things, I felt things, I knew things. I made out.
I had a vision. I knew that Bree would move to North Carolina. What are you saying? He's a clairvoyant?
Visions. I made comments about it. I spoke about it. And then the next question is, okay, so what do you do with all that great gut feeling, Charlie? And then it's like, that's when I spiral. You know what I mean?
Oh, I do what you mean.
You know, I just, like, who the fuck is somebody to tell me better than what I know? Like, I could say, you want to believe, you want to go with the flow, you want to hope. Like, what the fuck do those words mean now? You know, at the end of the day, I'm the one that's like, It's not sitting on my dinner plate. Nobody else's dinner plate. I just know it could have been different. A lot of things could have been different. I'm not talking about just one thing.
Yeah, I got you.
A lot of things so fucking different.
Sandra, again, great comment. Charlie is pointing out all of Wendy's mistakes while leaving out his own, saving face for mommy. Yeah, I mean, Charlie's only goal here is everything I did was correct, but Wendi fucked it up, or you fucked it up, Mom. I mean, he does that as well. He's like, I wish you'd have not said TV. If you hadn't have said TV, we would never get caught. Because my part in this was perfectly executed. And you just know that Charlie and Wendi growing up, like, say one of those situations happens where they're both doing something together that they shouldn't. And I'm not talking about having sex with each other, because I know that's a popular theory at the moment. I've decided against that. I've decided that my belief is that there was no incestuous sexual activity between any of the immediate Adelson family members. I thought that for a while. I was thinking, was Charlie fucking Wendi? And did Rob walk in when something was going on and that's why he left? I mean, but now, over time, I've come away from that theory. I've decided that it's unlikely. Well, I've decided that my view is that it definitely didn't happen. But I'm just talking about normal children, I don't know, what do fucking kids do? Like, mischievous thing, Steal cake, I don't know. But, like, if Charlie and Wendi's relationship would have been such that if they were both doing something wrong together, but only Charlie got caught by Mother Donna, this is when they're small children, right? Then he would immediately say, well, it was her as well, or vice versa. If Wendi got caught, she'd say, no, it was Charlie as well, it was him as well, because if I'm going to get in trouble, he's got to get in trouble. They've got that mentality. There's no take the fall and protect the other at all between these two at all. And that's one of the reasons that there's hope for the future. When Donna and Harvey are dead, I mean, hopefully it won't need to go on this long, but if Wendi's just not arrested and convicted very, very soon, Donna and Harvey die. Charlie comes to terms with his fate, exhausts his avenues of appeal, resides himself to life in prison. He'll give the information, But this, if it comes to that, we're talking about something that would be happening in like maybe 5 years, 6 years from now. When I don't think he's going to do it while Donna and Harvey are alive, or while he's got his appeals still. He still feels like he might have some option, right? He's not gonna confess from his own side. To grass Wendi up and put her in the shit, he has to admit his own involvement, which can happen. I mean, Daniel Rashbaum said to Catherine McBanower when she came forward in Charlie Adelson's trial and was a witness, Dan Rashbaum was all like, oh yeah, we'll get to that. You've got an appeal in this county that says you're innocent, don't you? We'll get to that. So I mean, I'm surprised. I'm surprised that Wendi has not been arrested. We did a poll at the end of the Donna's trial. We said, will Wendi be arrested within the next 30 days, within the next 90 days, or within a year, or whatever it was? And the majority of the vote went for within 30 days. So we're still within the 90-day period now. And I suppose technically Donna was sentenced on the 13th of October. So maybe that's it. And of course, in 2 days' time, it will be the 2-year anniversary of Donna's arrest. And I think what we'll do for that is we'll do Donna Adelson highlights, right? Little bits and pieces of the arrest video, all little bits and pieces from her first appearance, her arraignment, it's going to be quite good. We're going to have Marissa Descalzo. We're going to see a little bit of Daniel Rashford. It's like we're getting the fucking team back together, you know? We're going to do a little bit of jail call. We're going to do a little bit of wiretap. We're going to do a little bit of the trial. We're going to do the verdicts, right? We're going to do everything. How long is that going to take me to do? Please do support the channel on buymeacoffee.com/True Crime Metrix and PayPal.
I really could have, would things have been ideal? No. But they sure as possibly would have been different.
Yeah, they would have been different.
And by the way, I'm not just speaking about one thing in particular. So
I know.
Anybody listening, talking about multiple.
Yeah.
multiple.
One thing, not just two things, not just three things. But I'm just too smart, and I have.
Why don't you just tell us how many things? It's not one thing, it's not two things, it's not three things. It's multiple things. Hey, no matter how many times you say it, one multiple covers it. You know, you can't extend multiple. It's singular or multiple. It doesn't matter if you've got a million things to discuss. That would be multiple.
Too good of a guy. The same shit with Enzo. It was the same shit. It was me knowing better and me casting it away to somebody else's hands that the expert that knows better. Like, that has a vested interest. You know, that has a benefit, definitely has a benefit to them. Like, don't make no mistake
Kiwi,
about it.
how you doing?
Like, there's a benefit to that. There's a benefit to other people along the way that have given me advice.
Harley, how you doing? Harley raises a good point here. So, Harley says, yeah, because she had to drive by, then go make the credit card purchase. Well, let's assume that the credit card purchase is accurate and it was sending a signal back to the Adelsons. It's not necessarily you know, I'm not. For me, it seems that Charlie's outrage of Wendi driving down Trescott is genuine, absolutely. Okay, so let's assume that is true. He's not on this phone call. It doesn't sound like to me he's on this phone call pretending to be angry about Wendi driving down Trescott. He sounds very bitter about it. Okay? That indicates to me that it is genuine. And if it is genuine, that means that Wendi driving down Trescott was not part of the plan. So, as it relates to the charge card theory, for anyone that doesn't know, that I'll just tell you briefly, the charge card theory is that Wendy's payment that she made at the ABC Liquors for the bottle of Bullet Bourbon, she paid for that on a charge card. And the charge card theory is that the charge card that she used also had additional members added onto it as shared account holders, right? And if you are a shared account holder on an app like that, you can have it set to get notifications to go to your additional account holders. Basically, Wendi would have paid for the thing with the charge card, and in that action, an automatic notification would have been sent to Donna as a shared account user. And that would have been a secret signal. Donna would have gotten the notification, said, she's paid with the charge card. That means the murder is done, or whatever it is, okay? If Wendi wanted to send a different signal, she would have paid with cash, and the absence of Donna getting a notification would have been the opposite message. You see what I mean? But it's not... But if we are to assume, like I do, that Charlie and Donna were surprised by Wendi driving down Trescott, then that changes the charge card theory. But it doesn't necessarily mean that the charge card theory is wrong, because it could have been, it wasn't necessarily about, yes, the murder has been achieved. It could have been about something else, right? Because here's the other thing. Now, you all know how I feel about the fucking car rental theory. And part of how I feel about the car rental theory is that there was no instruction to the killers, you must do the murder at his house. Right? Yes, they gave the address, but that was to locate him. Right? He lives at this address. It didn't come coupled with an instruction, you must kill him at the address. I don't believe they were involved in the minutiae of those details. Charlie thought he was hiring a professional killer. Whatever the professional killer wants to do to get the job done is all right with him. That's how I see it. I'm not ambiguous about it at all. People will love to disagree with me, but as far as I'm concerned, they need brain smartification, and they're probably new to the case. So Wendi's drive down Trescott was not because she was going to check if the police were already there. I believe that Wendi's drive down Trescott was for the fact of her looking to see if his car was in the driveway or in the garage. And I know people are going to say, well, Dan had a habit of always closing the garage. Yeah, at night. You know, it's a bit of a fucking overkill to close the garage every single time you park, isn't it? And anyway, maybe it wasn't necessary for her to see anything. I mean, you know, she drove past there. It was kind of on her route. She drove past there to see if she could see any indication. It was inconsequential to her at that stage. It was just a case of, I wonder if I can see anything. I wonder if anything's happened. I'll just drive past and look. Oh shit, there's cops, I'm going. You know, that was on spec. That was Wendi acting on spec as far as I'm concerned. But it doesn't mean that the charge card theory is incorrect, because it might have related to something else. Right? And I know people are going to come in here and go, well, Katie McBanower, when Sigfredo called to to say the job's done, Katie McBanower said, "I know." All right, but that was more than an hour after the murder. Now, this is reported from Luis Rivera, who heard it through the phone. And yes, Katie does have that kind of voice where you could pick up that and hear it through the phone easily enough, I know. But it's not confirmed that it's because Katie had had it confirmed by someone. Right? I don't know what time news crews got there, but I know that by the time Jane was in the interview room with Wendi, she had seen articles showing photographs of the house. So it was up pretty quick. Jane came into the interview room about 4 o'clock, I think. So I really don't know what time. It would be good to try and find that out. When the local news media made an announcement to say there's been a shooting on Trescott Drive. We don't know. But my point is that the kind of binary choice message signal of the charge card theory isn't necessarily a choice between the murder has been achieved or the murder has not been achieved yet. It could be several things. It could be everything's fine and going as planned. It could be abort mission. It could be proceed with the mission. I mean, those details are almost impossible to verify. But we shouldn't get, when we approach a theory like the charge card theory, we should not get locked in to going, oh, well, it had to be this binary choice. It had to be murder been achieved, murder not achieved. We don't know what it was. It could be several things. If it was a charge card theory at all, it seems quite possible, quite interesting. But there's not really enough to go on that we can speak of it with conviction, But it is really cool that you did that test, Harley, because Harley actually did a test with a charge card, paying in a liquor store did you actually get a bottle of Bullet Bourbon? That would be great. And had a shared account user on the app, and they did receive a notification. It all went to plan, and it was just really cool to recreate that, Really cool. Respect.
They meant well, but I also know, that advice was also beneficial.
Okay, just to finish that off, to go back to Harley's comment, I've forgotten what it was because I've been talking for so long. Harley said, yeah, because she had to drive by, then go make the credit card purchase. Well, this is kind of what I've been trying to say, is that your assertion here is contingent on a belief that the credit card purchase was the binary choice between murder has been achieved, murder not yet achieved. And my point is that, I'm very accustomed to Charlie Adelson speaking, and when he's talking about his anger, frustration, and resentment towards Wendi for driving down Trescott, I hear someone who did not know that her doing that was part of the plan. And that's backed up and supported by no instruction being given to the killers to achieve to carry out the murder at the house? If they were told definitely, hey, murderers, you must carry out the murder at the house, what would be the fucking point in following him from the house to the daycare, to the gym, waiting outside the gym, and then back to the house? And I know what you're going to say. You're going to say, hey, Metrix, you know. When he left the house that morning, he had the boys with him. And Luis Rivera had this line within himself where he's not going to kill the man in front of the children. So waiting outside the house, couldn't kill him because the boys were there. Follow him, back to the house, no boys. All right? I mean, okay, yeah. But why not just continue to wait outside the house? Why wait outside the gym for an hour and a half, or whatever it was, in front of video cameras, you know? You know, Luis Rivera, like I said, the whole nature of his deal of the century, 19 years and you go free and you serve that concurrent to the 12 you're already doing in federal, 7 years in state, minus game time, minus 15%, 15%. So what's that? What's 15% of 7 years? Shit. Why can't I do maths at 5:30 in the morning? So 10% would be... Oh, I can't be bothered. You know, call it 6. He's out in 6 years, basically, on top of what he's already doing. That's a sweet deal. But it's contingent on him telling the truth and not holding anything back. So if he had received an instruction to kill him at the house, why would that be the thing that he holds back? You don't think that he would have... If they'd been told... Say only Sigfredo had been told. You don't think that he'd share that? Of course he would share that. Luis Rivera would have no reason at all to hold that information back. And he would have a lot of reason to not hold it back. Because if he held it back and they found out, he could not get his deal and do life in fucking prison. That's a big incentive. And he's come clean about many things. Many things. There would be no motivation for him whatsoever to hold back, having received an instruction, kill him at the house and get this certain kind of car. What would the reason be? Why would he hold that back? There is no reason. Nobody in these comments can give me a reason why Luis Rivera would hold back those two things. And you know why he's not holding those two things back? Because they don't fucking exist. There was no instruction to kill him at the house. There was no instruction to get a car that's similar to Jeff's. End of story.
Yeah. You know what I mean?
I do.
You know, when someone's advice to you ends with an opportunity for them, you got to take it with a grain of salt.
True.
If there is, even though they care about you, and even though they're, you know, even though they're, you know, they really are good people, they really do care about you, whatever you want to say.
Right.
However they want to dress it up, like, there is a benefit to them, and that can't be denied. Huge benefit.
No, of course not.
More than others. You know, whether it's financial or whether it's, being recognition or whatever it is. you know, there is a benefit, and then they would commit too. So then you can't say there was no benefit. It's like if you feel something in your gut, and you know something, and you're so sure on it, and you're articulate on it, they just move on.
Yeah.
You know, go on. Okay.
You've always said that, go with your gut.
Yeah. Go with your gut, move on. Like, don't be impulsive. You know, but if
the two, our good friend in Banff, or is it Calgary now? The two says they have the receipt of the numbers. They have the receipt of the numbers on the credit card purchase. Was it the Adelson Institute Company credit card? The receipts shows the last 4 numbers of the 16-digit number. Now, the credit card in the beach picture, can we bring that up? Wendi Adelson beach picture. This is not a good example. It'd be good to get the original of this. Let's see if we can get it. Beach. Bitch on the beach. Do 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 do. Glass teardrops. I just want to quickly show Michelle something. Yeah. So similar. Especially in profile. Yeah, I don't know which is which. Oh, I'm sorry, Michelle. Where's the beach picture? Here we go. Okay, so the beach picture. Credit card's down there. Now, Grish managed to do some magic and some super enhancement, and definitely, you know, the letter W on a credit card is identifiable. It's Wendy's card. And it's a Visa. Now, I've done this before. I can't do it live because I have to do it in Photoshop. But I think the last 4-digit numbers on the card, you can't, as much as we super enhance them, you cannot make them out for certain. But you can see what they are not. Okay? 8 is an easy one to see. Yeah? 1 is an easy thing to see, and I'm not going to bother looking for the receipt picture now, but I can tell you that the last 4 digits on the Bullet Bourbon receipts were consistent with what these 4 numbers were here. So your question, the two, was it an Adelson Institute Company credit card? I seriously doubt it. I don't know why Wendi would have one of those. She's not involved with the company. But it doesn't need to be. You know, you can put a shared account holder on your personal checking account and have those notifications. That's what Harley did. So it doesn't need to be a company credit card. Look at a fucking horrible fucking person.
You can really rationalize it, if you can really talk about it, if you can really
Subscribe to the channel.
You're able to articulate good reasons behind it, pros and cons. Like, it's a big part. Don't be in denial. You know, like, especially when it's like Especially your gut tells you something. I don't know how else to say it. Like, I mean,
Okay, we've got Lee in the house. Welcome back, Lee. Lee says, I agree with the Jeff theory. However, the Adelsons aren't that bright, and I can see them thinking, if we bring up Jeff, that's where they're going to look at. They weren't thinking of GR test cameras. GR. What's that? I don't know. But I think what you're trying to say, I don't know what Jeff theory you're talking about. Are you talking about the fucking car? Please don't, Lee. I don't want to have to bash a melon over your head. But I think what you're trying to say is that if the Adelsons said, hey, you need to get a certain kind of car, they wouldn't have thought it through or something. That's not enough. That's willful ignorance. That's confirmation bias. That's a square peg in a round hole. And it's based on nothing. You're actually excusing problems rather than looking for indications of support of a theory. Right? I mean, that's not how any of this should be done, either from the public, like us, or the prosecution, like Georgia, or the cops, like General Isom. That is not how you go about things. You don't go, well, the theory could be accurate because the Adelsons are fucking dumb. You're trying to force something fit by brushing a problem away. If there's a problem, let it stay and look for something supporting the theory that overcomes that problem. Because right now, at this point in time, there's zero to support the idea of a car being rented that looked like Jeff's, or an instruction to the killers, you must kill him at the house. There is absolutely zero. And there's a whole list of things that you would expect to see. There's a list, right, of things that you would expect to see if either of them were true. And not one single item on that list has shown to be present or available. Nothing. Right? It flies in the face of logic. And the hunger, this is what I really fucking, can't, that's why I don't really like covering the case when it's got this environment with all these fucking simpletons knocking around. Not you, Lee, but, the 80%, the people that aren't on this channel, because this is where the clever people come. But the 80%, all they want to do is hop on a bandwagon. Mob mentality, gossip, have something to talk about, too lazy to think anything through, don't understand how to pick up things and test them. They don't get it. Why? Because that's not their interest. Their interest is a greedy, self-gratification, instant gratification. All they want to do is get the prize, the Easter egg. They want to find the treasure hunt and find the Easter egg, because that gives them some sort of social kudos, right? That they can discuss and unwrap for other fucking simple-minded, morons, basically. And they're all over the place. You go out into any other channel, well, not any other channel, certainly some of the leading channels that cover this case, the majority, the 80% of viewers that are there, they don't know how to think. They know how to be told, and they know what they want. And when they get a chance to get what they want, anything that prevents that is brushed aside. That's confirmation bias, right? And it's sickening to me. Personally, I think they should all be put up against a wall and shot. They disgust me. You know? It's the lowest form of human life. You know? And I'm ready to go to war. I'm ready. I've been building this for years. You know, building I'm not talking about the fucking channel. I don't really care about that. I'm talking about my preparation, confidence to go up against anybody with this. There's not a person on planet Earth that's going to prove this wrong. Because I've discovered the truth. That's it. End of story.
I know what you're saying. I know exactly. You don't have to say it. I know what you're saying.
Yeah. I just sit here and like, not a chance. I've been wrong. You could bring Josh Dubin down next week, and you could bring Dan out here next week. And
so Lee says, I wonder if the plan was for Wendi to throw Jeff out right away and focus on him, but Wendi, knowing the whole time she was going to throw Charlie and her family and not mention Jeff and wait for Jane. Yeah. I agree with that. That's, I actually had someone come to me today with a defense. Well, it was an attack on Jeff. They were saying, oh, he's so weird, I don't trust him. And their thing was, and Wendi didn't even mention Jeff. It was her friend that mentioned him first. And I had to explain to this person. I was like, listen, you fucking mutt. This is just following the Gainesville blow-up, where Wendi purposely left her day planner out on the time, showing all the appointments with other men, knowing, because she'd been stoking the fires of jealousy within Jeff, fucking with his head, fucking him about, lies, little breadcrumbs, baiting him to come and look through that day planner and then have a difficult fucking conversation. And then she was going to go back to fucking Tallahassee and have this long walk in the park with Jane, confidant Jane. Oh, he flew into a rage. He got all red and puffy. I don't know if there's something he might do. Is he dangerous? Do you think he's dangerous? You know, all that sort of thing. Just forcing it into Jane's consciousness. This guy's a loose cannon. We've got to watch him. I saw a completely different side to him, Jane. I've never been so afraid in my life. I think he might do something rash, Jane. You know, and then in the interview, Jane, who could have done this? And are they going to come after my kids? Or me? Who's next? That, and the eye contact that was surely put fucking eyes on, right? I mean, that was just pulling on a string to bring Jeff's name out of her mouth, right? And everybody can see that. Is Jeff this much of a lunatic? Oh, I didn't even think about Jeff. I hope to God not. But yes. Yeah, that how that worked, Lee, that wasn't discussed with Charlie and Donna. To have Wendi pull it out of Jane like that. And you can say to me, hey, Metrix, there was no guarantee that Jane was going to be allowed into the interrogation room, because that is quite unusual. It is quite unusual. And let's say that it didn't happen. I don't think Wendi would have mentioned his name absent of Jane being there. She would have continued not mentioning Jeff, because Jane is a colleague of both of them, a friend of Jeff. I mean, she introduced them. 100%. The police would have spoken to Jane, and even if they didn't, Wendi, post-interview, would have given her a little nudge. Do you think it could have been Jeff? Do you think you should go down there and make a report, Jane? Maybe you should, Jane. I've got the boys to take care of. Could you do it, Jane? You know, easy. Yeah, and obviously Wendi, Charlie and Donna did not know that Wendi was going to come in and say, well, you know, my parents hate him more than anyone in the world, but it couldn't have been them. My brother made a joke about having him murdered, but, you know, it couldn't have been him because he's really busy. It's my hope that Luis Rivera utilized his time in prison to learn to read and write. Anyone know? Yeah, I mean, he's been having lessons and classes. For sure, yeah. We've seen some of his... he's getting on fine. He's getting on fine. He's going to get out and start a career in journalism. I wonder if he will keep his nose clean, huh? 19 years in prison. The recidivism rates for gang members that go away for 19 years are pretty high. But not a lot of people, not a lot of gang members that go away for 19 years will have the opportunities available to them as he will when he gets out. I mean, that guy could do a fucking media tour for a full decade. You know, everybody's going to want him on their show. I'm not talking YouTube. I'm talking Nancy Grace, 2020, fucking 48 Hours, and all those guys, yeah? Vinny Politan. Maybe he'll be at CrimeCon with me and Sally. Acapella, how you doing? What you got for us today? Two guys waiting in a car on a residential street that long would have looked more suspicious than their waiting in a parking lot. In a parking lot that long, right? Well, yes, but less surveillance and less stalking. It was very obvious from the even without the description, it was a Prius that Jim Geiger made to the 911 operator. Just to look at the surveillance, the cops would have known that Prius looks like he's following. And then he parks over there and parks over there, and then they wait, and then they follow him out. They would have known that immediately. So what's more suspicious? I'd say the place with the cameras is more suspicious. If you're on a road with no cameras, you can be discreet, you can duck down. You know, you can. I mean, Luis Rivera doesn't need to duck down. He's 5'4". Mixed green alien salad. Rivera knew he was going out of town Saturday. Yeah. What's your point? We know. Thank you. Was that response to something else? Armand Fence says, strange the detectives did not ask how they decided where the hit was to take place. I don't think they needed to. I mean, it's pretty obvious that they just followed him until they saw an opportunity. You know, I think that's exactly what Luis Rivera says in his proffer. I know you love it, really, Michelle. It's like our thing. It's like our thing. I do a car rant, you get pissed off. I apologize. We move on. The divorce documents had the card info, I believe. Yep. There's actually, well, I shouldn't say anything. I should wait until I'm ready. When's that going to be, Metrix? Yeah, Michelle, I know you agree with me. You know, I don't even need to ask you, Michelle. We're simpatico. Bank of America Visa, it's a debit card. Thank you, Veronica Schneider. Katie Boubanua. Our captain of wordplay is back. It's good to have you back. Those pesky Adelsons. Oh. I think I'm way behind with these comments. Should we skip to the end? The two says, you're correct, Frank. Honestly, I don't think Wendi would have Donna attached. You're correct, Frank. Honestly, I don't think Wendi would have Donna attached as a notification to her personal credit card. She was buying liquor each and every night and wouldn't want Mom knowing. Well, one, I guarantee you she has more than one card. Two, it would have been fairly easy to set up a shared notification for a specific event. And three, I believe that if there was one in place, that would have just been, you know, okay, I'm Wendi Adelson and I've got an account with Bank of America, I've got an account with Capital One, I've got an account with something else that's a shared account, a family account for, you know, there was a lot of activity between Wendi Adelson during the divorce, remember the two, where although Wendi had all that money that she took from the Schwab accounts, that Donna was sending her money for groceries, for rent, and so on. I mean, there was money being exchanged between parent Adelsons and Wendi for her and the boys. So it's quite possible that there was... by the way, with the charge card theory, I'm not 100% sold. I think it's possible. I think it's interesting. I'm agnostic about it. I don't think that there's a way... I can see reasons that it works. I can see reasons that it doesn't work. I can see some questions that arise from it. So I'm not here to sell that. That's Harley's thing. He's pretty gung-ho about it, which is fine. That's good. That's cool. It's healthy. But I'm agnostic about it. Like I said, I don't know if it's true or not. And plus, just because notifications are involved in a shared account card doesn't necessarily mean that they're itemized. You know, I would assume that it would just say the name of the what do you call it? Let's just call it the business that the transaction was made to, the date and the amount that was paid. It's not going to give you, well, she bought a bottle of bourbon and 10 cases of wine and 150 beers and, you know, I don't, maybe that would be an option, but I believe that the common thing would be name of the business, amount paid, and date of purchase, right? That's what it says on my bank account. I mean, it's not a shared account or anything, but it just says, oh, look, I paid 30 euros at the gas station on 27th of October, whatever. Good point. Madeleine, how you doing? Taurus. I do think Wendi was pretty. okay, you're alone. Not in the last 5 years, 5-ish years, though. And Katie has had a glow up in prison. Yeah, Katie looks gorgeous now. Fucking amazing hair. Much healthier looking than when she was on awaiting trial. She was kind of tubby, right? And not in a charming way. She looks fantastic now. Gorgeous. I didn't think she was pretty before, and now I do. Well, I agree with you on Katie. I don't agree Wendi was ever pretty. I mean, she looked easy at one point. You know, there's a picture of her in the black dress near the water. You know, and if you look at it from a distance, 100% she looks fuckable. But if you got close, you'd be able to look into her face and then see all the evil, and that would just... I'd be out of there. No chance. No fucking chance. No one knows that, but I hope so. Trying to get through these as quickly as possible. Prius won over a cuckoo's nest. Renee is back. Welcome back, Renee. Didn't Donna tell Rob that they shot at his front door, even though they didn't, and that was the Adelson's original plan? Is that proof that it was to happen at his home? No, it's not proof. It's not proof at all. When Donna told that to Rob, it had already happened at his home. And Donna would have surely known that it did not happen at his front door, that it happened in his car. There's no way on planet Earth Donna Adelson did not know that fact. Okay? No way. And that's not proof of anything. Be careful, Renee. Be careful. You're looking... I feel like you're looking for something that doesn't exist. And I want you to ask yourself, why am I doing this? Why don't I just listen to what Metrix says? Because he knows best. That would be the smart move. Don't try and go off on your own, Renee. Okay? I'm the guide. I'm the guide. I'm the shaman. I'm the shaman of this case. Lee, this rent-a-car place was not an enterprise. It was a fly-by-night mom-and-pop operation. Yeah, you're right. I mean, it wasn't Hertz. It wasn't Enterprise. Rent-a-car place. Actually, it was called Comfort Rent-a-Car, which, you know, there is a big chain company called Comfort Rent-a-Car, but it wasn't that one. It just happened to have the same name, I believe. Am I wrong? Could I be wrong about anything? No, I'm correct. It was a fly-by-night rent-a-car place, and Sigfredo had a connection there. That's why they went there. I don't think Enterprise or Budget would have rented. What, to them? Why not? It's pretty easy to rent a fucking car. Renee says, they did try once before and wouldn't do the hit because the kids were home. Yeah? Correct. Well, not home. I think they were at the daycare and they were with Professor Markel. He didn't want to do it in front of the kids. Which, you know, there you go. There's an indication that they were willing to do it not at the home. Right? Subtle indication. It's not proof, but we don't need proof. Because there's certainly no proof that there was an instruction given to have it done at the home. And, you know, please, nobody waste your time trying to prove me wrong. I mean, you're going to waste your time, you're going to waste my time, you know. I've got enough shit from these schmucks coming to my big post. You know. But that's okay. That's what we're here for. Education for those deserving of it. You know, if you're willfully ignorant, I don't need to wait. And not you, Renee, but you know these These assholes on my big post, willfully ignorant. I mean, why should I give a fuck about educating them? I shouldn't. They want to be like that. Sometimes I think they just want to antagonize me because they like to, it's like that psycho shit, Oh look, we've made him go into a rage. We've made him go into a rant. We did this. We affected him. They're getting their little narcissistic fuel. Suck in the teat. Oh, Metrix. No, not unaliving. Let them live. It'll be best. Ah, yeah, up against the wall, motherfuckers. Well, I just take that from the Jefferson Starship song. Of course, she was talking about politicians. Lee, please stay away from talking about... She loves it, really. It's like when you flirt with a girl in school by throwing stuff at her. I'm gonna pick on a girl I like. I am that age. I look terrible. What age? But I eat well. I eat very well and exercise. Just wait until you get the Adelson cookbook a cappella. Now with low-calorie options. It's not going to be out by Christmas, unfortunately, but hopefully we're going to find a nice investor in the new year or before. Maybe Santa Claus will invest. What do you think we should do? Do you think we should look for one investor or 4? It might be more achievable to find 4 investors. It's not even that much money, really. 4 people, $2,000 a piece, and we're set for several things, for mass market things. I've decided that I don't actually need to fly to Taiwan. I can do it over the phone, but we're still going to make those calls. Anyone notice Wendi said she had a friend named Jane in Donna's trial? Yeah, she does that all the time, distancing from the events and so on. Listen, Wendi Adelson doesn't have friends, okay? She has assets that are useful to her. At the moment, they're useful to her. And as soon as they're not useful to her, they're gone. They will not be in contact. But I do believe that I heard, well, I don't know if I believe it or not. If I am to believe what I heard was that Jane is still steadfast on fully believing Wendi, which is amazing. But there's a good example about what Jeff Lacasse is not, and all these fucking idiots that have a problem with Jeff. With the Jane situation, if we are to believe it's true that she's standing by Wendy's innocent story, the reason that she's doing that is because for Jane to say, oh, I think Wendi was behind it, in order to have that opinion, Jane needs to admit to herself that she was completely fooled, used, selected, groomed, conned. Right? And that interferes with her self-image. Which is the norm. Unfortunately, that is the norm, I think, for people. And what Jeff did was the exact contrary to that. He was able to confront the fact that he was selected, groomed, used, and made an asset. Right? He was able to admit that to himself and confront that in his own self-image and lay it all out for public. when the majority of the population would do what Jane has done, which is avoid anything that forces you to confront the fact that you got duped, right? That's embarrassing publicly, and it's unearthing your own inadequacies. And that's one of the main reasons I've got so much respect for Jeff, is because he showed, and granted, partly it's to do with his training, but this is a field that Jane is, she was one of his students, wasn't she? Or, you know. But also Jeff has been in therapy with, have doubts that Jane was even in therapy, and if she was, I don't believe that she would be a candidate for effective talk therapy, for the reasons I just mentioned. She mentioned she's immune to self-reflection, to self-analysis. Oh, you're 58, Michelle? I thought you were 50. But that's great. 58's even better. So you're born the same year as Kurt Cobain, huh? That's amazing. A 68 water sign. Or cusp. What is it? The 19th July. I don't know what you prefer. I can't remember. I remember you saying you were like one or the other. You were like, no, I'm definitely a Leo. No, I'm definitely a Cancer. Banter. Yeah, I love banter. PayPal, everyone support the channel and support our brilliant theories, because they don't exist anywhere else. You can go to the big channels. You can go, there's some people out there that I like. I like Paul. But even Paul, Paul's so busy, he's got a lot to deal with. I just don't think he has the time to get to where we get to. And plus, he covers a huge range of cases. He's got a lot to get his head round. I think if he spent as much time on this case as I do, he'd be right along with me, He'd be right along with me. Gazilla K, she's very good, but also, she's very split focus. And, she's got a huge audience, right? 300,000 subscribers, it's amazing. So a lot of people to please, I don't really run this as a business, as you can see, If I did, we'd have more people, but less knowledge, right? Which is ironic, don't you think? In this business, you're actually rewarded for less knowledge and more people. Yeah. 4 minutes left on our goal at the top of the chat. We're covering Adelsons. Support the channel. Sonic Boom. Yeah, that'd be nice. Let's get some more support on the 3 minutes 55. We just need one super chat every 10 seconds, and we've reached our goal. I think we can do it. Rolling Stones. I am also a huge music buff. Not that you would know, but I already knew what song it was without you telling me. Okay, I must have missed something there. Even with her hair in space buns, Katie looks great. Yeah, even then. Katie looks really good now. During trial, she was chunky, with those big fish lips and goofy braids. Now she looks great. She looks wonderful now. I'd take her out on a day release, Acapella, yes, that would make good name for a band. Chunky Tuna. That would make a good name for a band. Or Chunky Tuna Waffles. True Crime Metrix and the Chunky Tuna Waffles. Roly-poly fish heads. Well, I've never been wrong. You're right, Michelle. You know, and people are going to say, "Oh, Metrix, you were wrong about those emails when you said that the trial won't be postponed based on 80,000 emails." You know, we had to, and the trial was postponed, but it was postponed based on more things than the 80,000 emails, which I did say as a clause in my prediction. I said, if it's just the 80,000 emails, it's not going to be postponed. It would have to be other things as well, which it was. I mean, that's the closest I ever came to being wrong on this case. I know that everyone's thinking, "Oh, Metrix, you're so arrogant. Who do you think you are? Who do you think you are, Metrix? Who is this guy? He's not even a real American. He's English. Ah!" You know, it's like, get over it. Get over it. Yeah, we're almost at the end now, I think, guys. The comments. Are we? Yes, we're almost there. And then we'll finish off the video. If they really thought it through, they would have known... hello, Pariah. How you doing? If they really thought it through, they would have known it never would have worked, because it required Charlie and Donna keeping their mouths shut, and everyone knew that wasn't possible. Yeah. Kosher style investors. Fucking A. Do you want to become a kosher style investor, Lowrider 96? You can. Join us on Discord and email us. We can email you a prospectus on truecrimemetrics@gmail.com. Yeah, that's it. Get in touch. Reach out. The two, and as it turns out, shocker, the whole story was completely fabricated, as well as the twisting of the arm story, all made up just trying to get a bond hearing to get out of jail before trial. Yeah. Oh, she said, "You want those pretty white teeth knocked out?" I mean, it was fucking ridiculous. Madeleine says, "Michelle, that interview with Drina was so revealing." The two, did you see the interview with Drina on STS? No. I find it, I just don't, I've watched it all. Okay, I think we're wrapping up now. Wrap it up. Breaking up. Who's breaking up? Oh shit. Is that cell phone okay? Yes. Actually, I'd rather be 40, but I'd take 50. Time goes by so fast. I know, yeah. Yeah. Well, I'll be right along there with you in 20 years, which, once it's passed, will feel like a weekend. Anyway, that's the end of that chat comments, and we are going to start the video again. Actually, this might be a bit long to finish. What time are we? I think we should go to we should switch it up and go to I just want to leave a nice coffee badge there. Hang on.
People who have motives, of course, are going to throw shit at the wall.
Right.
So you got the shit getting thrown on the wall, And then you got.
Is he talking about the shit on the wall in the jail cell, or is he talking about throwing shit at the wall and seeing what sticks? You know, the expression. We need to find out. How this is funny, because he's always going on about piss on the floor, shit on the wall, and blood on the ceiling, but now he's using the expression throw shit at the wall and see what sticks. Charlie, you are a picture.
Stuff like that.
It is. I mean, you're right.
And I hate to say it, but I put myself and her in a juror's position.
It's
And I
how
think I'd
it's,
be smart enough.
yeah, it's how it's presented.
She's presented and like she couldn't help herself. And then you got all these other people who have motives, and of course they're gonna throw shit at the wall.
Right.
So you got the shit getting thrown on the wall, and then you got the 1,000 chance. She shows up at the fucking crime scene an hour after the assistance by chance, 7 miles out of the way. Like, you know what it says, like, don't pee on my leg and tell me it's raining?
Yeah. I do.
That's when people hear shit like that, and they say that.
Yeah.
What's the truth? When combine that with all the other stuff that you got, and you just. I mean, if I was working in Fort Lauderdale, started at 8:30, they weren't take one of those calls. That morning.
There might be what? I didn't hear that.
There would be almost none of those calls that morning.
Oh, right.
You know, in the car for an hour and a half. I mean, if they had a text message of me and Katie fighting, where I called her apologizing for calling her a bitch the day before, you know, like, so that just means that we were fighting. That's all it means. Wendy's showing up at the crime scene an hour after it happens by chance.
Hey, bro, I'm not
After she talks to her mom and her brother.
Keep fucking with me.
She couldn't help herself. Kaplan gave the facts and gave a logical.
Hey, thanks so much, Kyle. Pariah. Yeah, that's great. Thank you for the coffee, Pariah. What did they say? Don't let the shrimps get. Oh, don't let the simps get you down. Yeah, I wish they were shrimps so I could break off their heads and tails and swallow them whole. Pull their legs off. Ah. The shrimp simps. I wonder, could we do a kosher style wordplay? Where's acapella? Acapella, I want to give you a little homework, acapella. Work on something clever between shrimps, kosher, and simps, the 80%. Shrimp simps. Shrimp simp, simple shrimp. Now 80% kosher. Because in some ways, the 20% of, you know, the population led by me, leading the charge like Zeus riding a thunderbolt over Mount Olympus. The thunderbolt of truth and logic. What was I saying? It doesn't matter. Thank you, Kyle, for the coffee there. That's fantastic. But what I love the thing that Charlie's discussing here, because there's this quote from the trial where he's talking about having an argument with Katie, and you can just tell how much of a dick he's being, throwing money on the table, storming out of the restaurant, making a fucking scene, you know, shitting on her. Like, has anyone ever thrown money on the table to you? It's annoying. I've probably done it myself, to be fair, but I wasn't proud of it. Well, I may have been proud of it for a while, but, somewhere down the line, I realized that it was wrong. And he's like, what does he say? He says, I didn't call you a bitch. I said you were acting like a fucking bitch. And it's just, it always makes me laugh when I hear people do that. Like, there's no difference whatsoever. I didn't call you a bitch. I said you were acting like a fucking bitch. That's calling someone a bitch, okay? It's so funny.
Explanation. I guess 99 out of 100 times you'd have to say that would have to be the case. I don't buy Wendy's answer of going to a liquor, passing 4 closer liquor stores. Why didn't you just take a more direct route? She passes 4 liquor stores and takes an undirect route to go to a liquor store further away so she could drive by the house an hour after that. I mean, it's 1 in 10,000. 1 in 10,000 she's telling the truth. And you can, when they say like beyond a reasonable doubt, if she showed up on purpose at that place at that time, then he's guilty. That's almost like corroborating evidence.
He shows an extraordinary amateur novice level of understanding the court procedures, doesn't he? He's like, did you hear what he just said? He was like, you know that thing that they say, like, beyond a reasonable doubt? It's like, if you and I, anybody in this chat, were having that conversation, it wouldn't even need to be explained or mentioned. It's he really sounds like someone who's just learnt a few things, and not many, and doesn't even get reasonable doubt. They keep saying to each other, if you're going to convict someone for murder, then you have to be beyond. You have to say that there was no other possible way at all. That was the nature of his defense, to say, like, well, if I can come up with some story that might have happened in some imaginary world, that's reasonable doubt. He just doesn't fucking get it, right? And it's funny because the judge explains it. Reasonable doubt is not a mere possible doubt. It's not a could have been, it doesn't matter. It's the easiest thing to understand. Beyond reasonable doubt. And I really like the closing argument in the Michael Draker trial. It's a little bit unorthodox. And it's somewhat risky, but the prosecutor in that trial, which is a good trial, I can't afford to not do Adelson's at the moment. We've just got to do what the people want, and I need to be the whore that I am to satisfy all the public. But, as soon as we're a little bit more free, we will go back to Michael Draker and we will have a look at that closing argument, because the thing that he's doing in it is he keeps pointing to this chair. He's talking to the jury, doing the closing argument, right? He keeps pointing to this chair I think a bailiff has been sitting in or something, but he's bringing it out almost like a stage prop. And he goes, sitting right there, there's the reasonable man. He keeps referring to this imaginary man who's the reasonable man, right? What would the reasonable man think? He'd look at this situation and the reasonable man would say this was murder. And I kind of like it. It's unusual, and I can just totally see it being one of those tools that's used to train in certain alternative, what do you call it? Curriculum, law school, where you have options for different kind of styles. As law school breaks down into whether it's the speaking presentations or the how to navigate case law or a cross-examining, how to address the judge, all of these elements that are important in becoming a lawyer. I don't know this for sure, but I would imagine that in some schools at least, there are different strains of thought, I mean, if you just broke it down into prosecution style or defense style, those would be different. But then within those, there's a range. And yes, people find their own styles, but I would imagine that exists somewhere. And I would also imagine, as we've said to before, that there could be a course on the psychology of your dress sense. We see this a few times where defense attorneys, we saw this with Ali Abulaban, right? The defense attorney for closing argument, that woman. And I think throughout trial, wore a white suit. And I've seen that enough times in different cases to know that there is a belief that wearing white makes you look pure. And I think that there's some value in those kinds of decisions. As far as presenting to the jury, if I'm wearing white, I look pure. If I'm wearing something patterned and busy, then it's more difficult to follow me. There's definitely a psychology in color selection, in how different attire is worn. I would love to fucking do a law degree. Just not even to practice, just to fucking know it all. And as a kind of accomplishment, it'd be great. You think you can do that like correspondence school? Because I would want to do it within the US system, because that's the one I know the best. But I live in Portugal and I'm not a citizen. I wonder if I can do it via a correspondence school. Be cool.
I really think that's how they speak. I really think that's how someone can easily look at everything, come up with that very hard to explain back, and then and say, stop telling me I'm stupid and you're so smart. You'll write another book. By the way, every time you tell someone it's a coincidence to give them a shitty explanation, people always feel like you're.
That's the thing to me, 2008, I know.
What? Who didn't say that?
What?
She didn't say 2000.
No, she didn't say 2008. I know, but I know.
So the book?
Yeah.
Oh, that's because she's okay, here's your answer. Because she said she's wanted to leave there since she got there. She never liked it there.
Yeah,
she felt that way from outside. I mean, look, that's even more reason. She's been playing this forever. She's always wanted to leave since 2008. The story's modeled after her and her family, and the professor teaches at the University of North Florida.
Great. Danielle Savoy's here. Thank you, Danielle. I thought about asking if you were here before I said all that. I wish I did now. Danielle Savoy says, all that style and technique stuff you mentioned, you learned that out of law school. Yeah. We leave law school knowing very little about actual practice apart from an ethics and professional responsibility course, an appellate advocacy course, and a trial advocacy course. Very basic. And that's enough to pass the bar. So when you say you learn it out of law school, do you mean in, vocation? Like what do you call it? Interning, or what?
Put the word North in front of Florida State. University. What does the husband do? He's a professor. So the husband's a professor.
It was so funny when I was saying that because I was just like, oh my God, I hope Danielle Savoy's not here because I know that what I'm saying is probably not accurate. And if there's a real lawyer here, they're going to eat me alive.
North Florida State, woman does immigration work, You got 2 boys, and the town is an imaginary town. The town's almost fucking identical to Tallahassee. Good job, Ruby. You were foreshadowing. I mean, the small stop on the way to civilization. It's a place that you never planned on living, that you thought you were above. Like, showing, you know what they say, like showing up at the scene of the crime? Yeah. That's why it was opened with that, and it was closed with that. Because you gotta have a real good explanation for that. Yeah. And her explanation was weak.
You know what I mean? When you sum it up, Charlie, that's exactly what it was. She made very, very simple work of it. Very simple. This is avoided any of the things that made common sense, and just went with that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, that's what she did, Charlie. She made it very simple. That's all she could do. She couldn't get into the depth like you and me, Charlie. It was paint by numbers, trial by numbers. For that fucking thick-ass jury, no brain, who brain, what brain, where brain jury, fucking, you know, it was like a word search, a word jumble for Tallahassee no brains. That's all she could do. All she could do. Simple, simple, simple. Staying away from anything that was true. Hey Donna, it was simple because it was so easy to catch you. Oh, it probably involves the 2 of us. Hey, we had our second Bayou Pelican in today, Danielle. But down the river from you, New Orleans. Where's that map? We need a map. How many states have we got left now? We got Alaska today. Boom. Sonic boom. Where is it? Shit. Is it export? We put it in True Crime Metrix. Export. Posts. US map. Ah, not that. What the fuck? Why is it so big? Yeah. Fit to... Yeah. So what do we need now? New Hampshire, Rhode Island, North Dakota, and Wyoming. Providence, Concord, Cheyenne, and what the fuck is North Dakota? I need to look it up. I'm rusty. Capital, North Dakota. Huh? Oh no. AL. No. Bismarck. I thought that was in Arizona. God damn it. I thought fucking, what's her name? Kim Basinger told us. Where's Kim Basinger from in LA Confidential? Danielle Savoy, thank you so much for the super chat. Boom.
She got frustrated with me. When I talked to Michael over the weekend, he's like, Appleman got frustrated with you. She was asking question after question after question. She wasn't getting anywhere. She kind of like just threw her hands up in the air. Like, yeah.
Trust me, she had help over the weekend. Let's put it that way. She just do that.
That PowerPoint was not in place for this weekend, I can tell you. It was.
So, Danielle Savoy, I got a question for you. Danielle Savoy says, law schools teach you the law and how to think about it. The actual practice you have to figure out on your own. You might get a cool elective, like the mediation one I took, that is more technique. Okay, but what if we were talking about a school like Harvard Law? Or Brandeis, or some of the other like top ones. Would they not have more stuff?
She went through all the postures that they had in the case. I mean, Dan had 7 puzzle pieces. She had 125 of them. It made it seem like it was so voluminous, pulling out little lines highlighted from a conversation, highlighted lines, out of context lines.
I don't understand. You can lie and lie. The prosecutor lies. I mean, I've had another, another attorney say to me, but that's what they do. That's just what they do. I said, what do you mean that's what they do? They're prosecutors and lie. She said, that's what they do. So they get their point across, and nobody knows the difference unless you really know the difference.
Yeah.
If you don't know the case, you don't know.
You got to know the case.
That's right.
But you got to listen to the presented in the case. Don't take anything the prosecutor says as evidence in the closing. Because Jesus, she goes through 2 hours with you, and she really cares. And she's putting up slide after slide after slide and being like, guys, come on. Wendi can't help herself. She shows up at the crime scene.
Yeah, it really is a tension.
The way she said it. She couldn't help herself.
Yeah, couldn't help herself.
And that's what they heard. That's what they heard.
Yeah.
And Wendi didn't say she couldn't help herself.
Yeah.
I didn't say she was a threat. I didn't say anything that made me arrogant or that I was untouchable. Those were other adjectives that people like to throw around that, like, once they describe you, who you are.
Listen, they heard you testify. There was nothing unlikable or arrogant. It didn't matter. She said you were.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You feel like you're untouchable. You feel like you're arrogant. You're arrogant. You're untouchable. People say that. Ryan said that you said this. Like, she had a mound of bullshit is what she had. She couldn't debate any facts. So boil it all down to when you show up at the scene of the crime and you don't have a real good reason, and you just drove 10 miles, you look guilty. Especially after you spoke to your mom and your brother that morning.
Yeah.
After done with their TV repair appointment. Like, it just got dulled down to the point that.
Hey Michelle, I want to start a thread on Discord, collecting people's suggestions for the most scathing, brutal prosecution closing arguments. Just whatever's off the top of your head, Don't need to put a lot, but like, for instance, the rebuttal argument of Chandler Alderson was pretty fucking brutal. The penalty phase rebuttal for Grant Amado was, maybe that's position 1. I can't think of one that's more brutal. The Jessica Groves and what's the guy's name? It was a joint trial. Baby Dylan. They killed Baby Dylan and put him in the well in Ohio. That was brutal. The prosecutor for that, really, really good. I want to do like a top 10, like a presentation of the top 10 most scathing closing arguments of prosecutors. So I imagine you'd have a couple of good ones, Michelle. Please put them on Discord. I'll create a space for them. And anyone else as well. If we can get a list going, I may know them, I may not. So we'll do some kind of a selection process. Maybe we could do a vote or something. Maybe that would be nice, because we could, then it wouldn't be all my decision. It would be just like a group thing. Yeah. That's nice. That's interactive. And that's fair, because what are we? Fair. And a democracy. We the people. Metrix the people. We the Metrix.
How do you explain when you're showing up there?
Can't.
Okay, the liquor store. Right. Was there liquor stores closer? Yeah.
Oh, this is about the Harvard thing. Nope, watch Legally Blonde. It's not too far off. There are clinics and moot court things you can do where you get really into practicing, but you have to be able to budget your time to do that. God, I would love to do this. Do we still have time? Maybe. How many years? If I started today, Danielle, how many years would it take to pass the bar?
3 of them were half the distance. Was that the most, okay, but then you go, okay, no, she wanted to go to that one in particular. Was that the most direct route to that liquor store? No, it wasn't even the most direct route. It was a route that she was familiar with. So she was drawn to her marital home for a point of reference, to then take the long cut to go to the liquor store that was further from her new house at an hour after that. It's either a coincidence or she didn't know. She couldn't help herself.
Coinky-dink. I'm so happy that I don't use words like coinky-dink. And that's another one of those words that gets passed around this case, isn't it? Charlie says it. Katie says it. Wendi says it. Can't think of anyone else, but there are other examples of phraseologies that get passed around and exchanged. It's very strange.
Like if someone described that to you and you were a betting man, I would put it as a long shot at the coinky-dink, even though that's what it was. And I wish to God I really, if I would have appreciated what they could say and then what they would do up here, I felt like, I would have fucking done things different. Let's just put it that way.
I know
if I knew what they were going to say and what they were going to, attorneys knew what they were going to say and do. I don't know what they're smoking that they think that they were going to say and do what they did. But my attorneys knew what the fucking evidence was. The attorneys knew what the evidence was, a lot more than I did. Like, for where we are and what the evidence was and how they'd be able to present it, there's no way, unless they had 12 jurors like number 15, that it could have been anything but a hung jury.
Well, it would have been hung.
It would have been hung with him or another one of the alternates, supposedly. I think there were 2 of them.
Two of them.
Like that.
2 of them.
Yeah. They were the alternates. And who's to say how long they would have held out with the other 11? He might have just said, so this appealed it, and they just report a hung jury. But those were smart people. These are people who said, listen, she showed up. I don't buy her reasoning. Her mom and her brother are calling her. And this is just way too much of a coincidence for it to be a coincidence. That's it. That's what you had on the jury. It didn't matter what I did on the stand. It didn't matter what Dan said. But one of the guards who was downstairs when I was in the jail cell at the courthouse.
Yeah.
You know, he said to me, it's like
That day?
anyway, well, yeah, well, while I was sitting downstairs for 4 hours, I was talking to one of the guards. Well, he stopped by the cell just to talk to me through the bars. He's like, look, he's like, the only way you get out of here is if all 12 people want to say you're innocent. It's got to be unanimous. Otherwise, it's going to be a hung jury. And if it's a hung jury, you got to come back and do it again and again.
Fucking coinky dink fucking dopes. I feel you.
And again,
I feel you.
like, you're only getting out when all 12 say you're innocent. That's the only way you're walking out. You know, and it's like, if I would know that they would, like, I didn't know all the evidence that everybody else knew was full of bullshit evidence. I kind of knew what they thought, but I didn't know all the bullshit evidence that was going to be, that was really going to be the case. And if that bullshit evidence existed since day one, they knew the route that she took from day one. But it's like, if I would have known that not like how it was going to be looked at and what the prosecutor was going to be doing and saying, like, I would have done things differently. I didn't.
I would have done things differently. What, like not spend $1 million on Josh Dubin? If I'd have known how doomed I was and how good Kappelman was, then maybe I would have reconsidered putting all that money into a charlatan like Josh Dubin. Can you imagine the decision that was made by multiple people, by Charlie, by Harvey, by Donna, you know? Yeah, okay, this is the way to go. This is how we're going to win. We're going to get an expert. He's the best in the world at what he does, okay? He's going to come in and he's going to be able to select a jury by getting inside their minds, right? And he's going to get inside their minds and he's going to identify the people that are going to be on my side. That's how we rig this in our favor. And it's only going to cost $1 million. Where do we sign? Money can get us out of this. We can buy our way out of trouble here because we're rich. And I just love that it did nothing for them. Nothing at all.
I got talked out of it by people that I thought had my knowledge and best interest.
So the piggybacking through the moonlight thing, I've got plans, big plans, for the merch that we'll be creating, and it's going to be, I'm trying to find, like, I want to, like, a sort of cartoon of someone in dentist scrubs with Charlie Adelson's head riding a pig, a really happy pig that's sort of maybe galloping over a nice hill scene or something, and then there'll be obviously the moon. And then it's just going to say piggybacking through the moonlight. And I like the idea of people wearing that t-shirt in public and other people seeing it and wondering what it means. You know? Why is there a dentist riding a pig under the moon on your shirt? And why does it say piggybacking through the moonlight? Because I know what it means. You know what it means. But for other people, there will be questions. And if I can create those questions in strangers that I don't know, that would make me happy. So please do support the channel on buymeacoffee.com/True Crime Metrix, or help us with our goal at the top of the channel. That's a wonderful goal. What a goal we have to create questions in others, you know. Can you imagine sitting on the subway or something, letting people see your t-shirt, hundreds of people a day, the commuter train, and they're looking at you and they're just thinking to themselves like, what is this? It's a conversation piece, you know? That's why we're first choice.
Going up my ass and just thinking positively or very hopeful, or you don't have to. It's not trivial with today.
Yeah.
So it's like, you know, you can get all this great advice. You're the one that leads on dinner plate. I think, you know, just like we shouldn't let other people count visions. You don't want to see anything on the dinner plate. And I can tell you, I know for a fact that if I would have thought things as rationally through as I am now, like, kind of looking at both sides and then fully see what people in Tallahassee look like that are going to be looking at me, I would have known how right I was. I mean, Josh Duden is from Tallahassee.
I thought you said he was from Fort Lauderdale.
He spent 4 years up here, and he's, 18 to 22.
Yeah.
Those are his, developmental adult years. Like, he wasn't like a teenager that didn't really get a feel for people. Like, the guy was here for 4 years. Like, he knows Tallahassee.
Oh, yeah. Sure he does.
And, you have a consultant to help you pick jurors and get people off your jury, and instead we're getting off the 911 operator's hand. We're getting off the police detective. I had 5 people on the jury who had law enforcement in their family.
5. I don't understand how they were allowed to serve. I don't. 5 people with law enforcement in the family, and they're on the jury. How? How did that get through? I don't understand that.
9 law enforcement agencies. There were 3 on the jury who either they worked at Florida State or they had a spouse working at Florida State. And I was wondering if you work at Florida State and you book me innocent, how secure is your job? Your name is going to be released, and everyone in Florida State is going to know that you were on my jury. And I had a guy that worked for the bookstore at Florida State. Think he hates me? The 30-year-old fat guy that looked like he was an inbred that was working in the bookstore at Florida State. They told him.
You know, that fat guy that looked like he was an inbred worked at the bookstore at Florida State. You think he ever wrote a book? You think he can even read?
Sure. Chad and I look at each other like, I don't get it. I don't understand how this happened. I don't know. Are you there, honey? Charlie? Charlie? Are you there, Charlie? Charlie?
Oh, this might be our cutoff point.
Charlie, are you there? I don't know.
Should we do one more?
Hey.
Hi, honey. I don't know what happened there. I just kept saying Charlie weren't there.
Yeah, no, the power, the bars went down and the reception just went down. So I had to wait for it to get service again.
Yeah.
No, I know. Listen, I know I'm belaboring it because I got nothing else in my head, and everything is bad. So it's the one thing I can kind of focus on and rehash.
That's right.
That's
That's right. It's fine.
That's all right, Charlie. It's like it gives me something to focus on or talk about. Otherwise, everything else just is really hard for me right now.
I know that.
It's like everything is a trigger.
Everything is a trigger. You know, I think about my favorite meal and I realize I'll never have it again. Trigger. I think about fucking a woman, I realize I'll never get the opportunity to do that again. Trigger. I think about seeing my son, nope, trigger. You know, everything is a trigger. I think about blowing my head off with a gun, trigger. Trigger warning.
Oh, I don't even know what to say. I just like, I've never been like this, but it's like, usually I have like, I can always focus on something. This is like
Usually when I'm bored, I go jet skiing or to buy my go-kart. And now I'm just bored and I have to sit in the room. I usually always have something I can focus on and buy. I usually have a woman that I can use and,
I focus on the appeal, and then I think about it, and I'm like, check out your last name, and check out where you are, and
I focus on my appeal, and then I put that down, and I went to the cafeteria, well, not the cafeteria, the mess hall. I went to the mess hall, and I got myself an orange, and I started peeling it, and then I was looking at the orange peel, and I started thinking about my appeal. And then, everything's a trigger. It's like, even my oranges are saying, you need to do an appeal.
you didn't have one fucking juror with all the guns that you brought out ablazing, with all the work that was put into it, with everything that you fucking brought to the table. You couldn't get one. You couldn't even get them to deliberate. You couldn't even get them to... Dan was telling them what wires to listen to, what time. They didn't have to listen to the whole wire. Go to 3 minutes and 36 seconds. No, they weren't even listening. They weren't even taking notes. Like, their minds were made up. Dan was telling them to go to this wire and to play the wire and hear it for themselves at 3 minutes and 34 seconds. You know what Georgia did? She had a photocopy of the transcript with the.
Okay, what's the piecemealing thing that Mixed Green Alien is talking about? Grant, I can't believe you missed Grant Amato saying piecemealing my stuff. What's the joke? It is piecemeal, isn't it? Piece peeling. But Mixed Green, tell me what's the funny thing? What am I missing? I know, isn't she? Isn't she the best? Solid as a rock. Solid as a rock.
Words highlighted, so you could read it on the screen for yourself right there. You didn't have to go back to the jury room. Read it right now. I'll read it to you. Like, I almost feel like... You there?
No.
Yeah, I almost feel like Dan should have had, if Dan made it for a 5th grade level, he should have made it for a 3rd grade level. He should have had the photocopies with the highlighted words saying, it's not done like this. I know for a fact. But like everything they explained away.
Yeah, but they heard that. They actually heard that over and over. It's just, I don't know what didn't penetrate. I don't know.
I think the case got dumbed down to she's showing up at the scene of the crime. You're telling me she didn't know if she knew?
Oh, they're cats. That's right. I forgot. When you said that the other day, I was imagining dogs, but I remember now. You have 2 cats.
If she knew, then they're involved. If she wasn't showing up, okay, I could believe it maybe, but her showing up is the icing on the cake. And that's why they opened with it, and that's why they closed with it, and they even gave their simple explanation, which is she couldn't help herself. And look, 99 out of 100 times, if, in a case like that,
Okay, it's gone 2:00 in the morning in the east, and our star moderator has probably got work tomorrow. Maybe we should close it off. We'll give it 10 minutes.
Yes, it would make the most sense, except that's not what happened.
No.
But I think the jury could grasp a hold of, between that and the TV.
Metrix. Angus is the size of a dog. Well, of course he is. It's probably all that haggis that he eats. It's Robbie Burns Day.
They had two things that were coincidences that you really don't have explanations for. Okay, it was the day, and it came up the day of the murder and the day of the bump. Why is everybody talking TV talk? And the TV joke. Ties it all in. 1, 2, 3. And then she's showing up at the scene of the crime.
She does.
I mean, I had somebody ask me that, like, a couple of years ago. It's like, did that really happen? Like, I go, trust me. Like, nobody knew. Like, she showed up. They're like, man, that's like 1 in a million.
Yeah.
And I go, yep. So you mean to tell me 1 in a million you're right? The other, 1 in a million you're innocent? Even if you say it's 1 in 10,000, now you're starting off the debate saying, listen, 1 in 10,000 times I'm right. All right, you want to bet I'm right on this one? You can't win it. You can't. Once somebody in their head says, if that's really her explanation, what are the fucking chances? That's near impossible.
Exactly, Pariah. 10 minutes later, Charlie's still saying the same thing. You couldn't get one. What are the chances that she would drive down that road at that time? 1 in a million. If she knew, then they all knew.
Possible for me to conceptualize. I guarantee you, if they pull jurors, that's going to be the thing that's stuck in their head, that they knew right then and there it was either a coincidence or it was a lie. And it's the coincidence.
Oh, we should do a quick poll about Courtney Clenny. I want to know what the demand is, because it's coming up December 1st, and if we're doing it, we're really doing it. I tell you what we're going to be doing, right? This is what we're going to be doing. We're definitely not doing what we did for Donna Adelson's trial, okay? I'm probably going to stream the whole thing live just as is, because people that want to watch it, I know that some members of our audience here like to watch it with their people, So why not stream it? But I'm not going to do the whole thing commentary like fucking Adelson trial. That was way over the top. But what we're going to do is daily, if we're doing it, that's what you decide. How do we do a poll? Let's do a poll. Hang on. Are you into Courtney Clenny? Is it EY? Yeah. Trial. Yes, I want to watch. No. Can't stand. No. Well, no. It will be boring. Vote in the poll, please. So if we're going to do it, we're going to put it out live so that people can watch it together if they want, But as far as what we're going to be doing, we're going to be doing end of the day highlights, right? Highlights at the end of the day with commentary, and I mean, I guess that's it while the trial's running. But before trial, we're going to have to spend some time going over the backstory, looking at the cell phone videos and the police body cam videos, and some of the stuff that's been going on in the pre-trial motions, some of the stuff that's been going on with her parents, hiding the laptop and deleting things off the laptop, looking at Courtney Clenny's trip to the rehabilitation clinic in Hawaii. I guess when you've got $3 million for doing some OnlyFans stuff, that you can go to a rehab clinic in Hawaii. You know, man. And I'm interested in it because it is a case that involves alcohol abuse, as was the Sarah Boone case. And, you know, without going into too much detail at the moment, I want to know if this abusive alcoholic that ended up killing her boyfriend, not unlike Sarah Boone, has had a better forethought of how it would look to a jury of her peers for her to be confronting her dependency issues openly and honestly, and whether that's possible. Because I still think if Sarah Boone had gone into the I forget the county jail, and immediately gone into a 12-step program, which they certainly have available in jail. Well, they certainly do in prison. I would assume that they do in jail as well. And confront her issues, open herself to her issues, and make some sort of case of the putting George in the suitcase being a result of her struggling addiction, and to be able to show how much of an improvement she's made by going into some sort of, you know, whether it's a 12-step program or whatever, recovery, and then making a sort of pitch to the jury to say, I can help the next person, you know. It would have given her such a better option than what she did, which was go in and say, no, he was the drunk. I feared for my life, and this was, I knew that if I let him out of the suitcase, he was going to kill me, so I couldn't do it. That didn't work at all. You know, I don't know if she'd have got off, but it's funny because when you've got a jury of 12 people, it's hard for me to imagine in our shared Western culture, especially if you're in fucking Wisconsin. But, you know, generally throughout America or the West would be a lot of, you know, it's very, I'm sure that every jury contains people that have had their lives affected by alcoholism in some way or another, right? Whether it's themselves personally, a family member, a spouse, a friend, a boss, whatever it is, right? Everybody has some level of experience of knowing what that's like. And, you know, it might be a gamble. You might get people that go either way. People could become sympathetic towards it if it was handled in the right way, or that they could become extra, what's the opposite of sympathetic? Unsympathetic towards it. And if Sarah Boone had made that play, it would have given her certainly a shitload of a better chance than what she got, and she might have actually been able to get not guilty verdict, and walk out of there. But instead she got life in prison, no parole. Ouch, you know. And all it might have taken was a little bit of honest self-reflection, you know. And Courtney Clenny, on the one hand, the fact that she had gone to a rehab clinic might be an indication that she was prepared to do that sort of self-reflection, or it might have just shown that she was hoping that by pretending to go to a rehab clinic that the police would be like, well, you know, she's probably trying to get better, so let her go. You know, so it's going to be interesting to see. Yeah. everybody that is awake, please vote in the poll, because we've only had 10 votes. So 7 of you want to watch, and 3 of you say no, it will be boring. Well, that's okay. That's okay. But we've got another 78 of you that are in the chat right now that have not voted. So it'd be great to get a few more votes before we can do the poll again tomorrow. We'll do the poll again tomorrow. There you go. There you go. Right, maybe we should sign off. Nikki Love, how you doing? Right, let's just go through these final comments. Pariah, yep. 10 minutes later, Charlie is still, yeah, okay, that's where we were. Charlie's still trying to be the maestro, or the maestro. Chuck, why is all about the TV? Why is it all about the TV, really? Well, the one thing that, Charlie isn't going to be saying is, man, if only I'd have not, chosen my current girlfriend to be the middleman and use her baby daddy, and created this chain of people that leads straight back to my family. If only I'd have been a little bit, even if like he got Katie to get someone other than Sigfredo, some random Latin king that had, just that extra level of separation, the extra degree of separation, that might have worked better. Charlie's not going to be sitting here going, man, if only I'd have been not so stupid as to get my fucking girlfriend to get her ex to do the murder, maybe we'd have gotten away with this. No, it's TV, Wendi Trescott, and Georgia Kappelman's a liar. Okay. Mixed Green says, meh on Courtney, but I'd watch here. Yeah. Well, I think the reason, aside from what I just mentioned, that it's interesting to me is what the hell is her defense going to be? And plus, another interesting thing is that through the Adelson case, we've heard a lot about if this trial had been not in good old boy Tallahassee, but down in Miami, where there's a more a different climate of the court system, a different climate of the jury pool, a different climate, Courtney Clenny is a multi-millionaire, okay? There's a lot more millionaires in Miami than Tallahassee. Courtney Clenny is a glitz and glamour person, There's a lot more of those in Miami than Tallahassee. So, because of the fact that we've heard so much about if we'd have only had the court in Miami, maybe we'd have had a shot, I'm kind of interested to look at how the format of the proceedings play out, and because I actually don't think I've watched a trial out of Miami-Dade. I mean, the Broward County was the Marjorie Stoneman Douglas shooter, Parkland. I probably have seen one out of Miami, but not in this context, and not with this kind of perspective in mind to try and perceive how Charlie's case or Donna's case or Katie's case might have gone had it have taken place in Miami. So that's going to be interesting for me to have a look at. Michelle says, I think it's going to be good. Glad you agree, Michelle. I think it will be extremely interesting and a bit salacious. I guess so, yeah. Didn't she stab him over a subway? No, but you're in the right ballpark. Yep, her parents are a damn mess too. Oh yeah, I mean, absolutely, they're fucking mess, total mess. She was an OnlyFans hoe. Did her parents help her try and hide something? Yeah, they had a laptop, it might have been his laptop, Christian's laptop, or her laptop. They deleted some stuff and threw away some memory cards, something like that. They tampered with evidence, basically. There you go. Nikki Love's got the facts. Yes, her laptop. Are you in Miami, Nikki Love? Have I got that right? You should go down there for us and be our correspondent. Give us updates live. She's like, what are you talking about? I live in Wyoming. Well, actually, no, you don't, because that's one state that we just can't seem to reach. We can't seem to reach it all. And got no punishment. Smeh. SMH. What does that mean? Or does it just mean smeh? Or was it a foot long? It's always a foot long. Who the fuck orders a 6-inch Subway? Mixed Screen says, turns out it wasn't cheap to get that TV. Oh, fucking A. Wendi Trescott should be her new made-up name. Oh my God, Ben and Lincoln Trescott. Wow, imagine that. And it's like the kind of thing that she would do as well, to hurt the Markels. Oh God, Trescott. From showing ass and pussy on OnlyFans, that's how Courtney is a millionaire. Yeah. If only. If only it were that in simple. I think Subway is disgusting. I wouldn't need anything from that place. Yeah. I don't like it either, but I don't really like, any fast food. I mean, fucking, the amount of sugar they put in their bread is like, is this a cake? Because I don't want lettuce on my cake. Why is it so sweet? The fuck? And all their sauces are terrible. She said at some point I will change all of our names to Trescott. Sorry for the crass remark. Yeah, we don't mind. We're totally open. Alright, should we close it off so our star moderator can get some shut-eye? I could go all night. I could go all night long, but maybe we shouldn't. Maybe I should sleep. And it's Tuesday today, so I'm going to have to do a stream in the day. What time is that going to be in Eastern? Alright, if I go to bed now, I'll be asleep by 8:30 a.m. I'm like a fireman. Sleep in the day, work at night. So we'll get 2 hours, 3 hours. 3 hours sleep, wake up at 11:30, then take Soap for a walk, then come back and prepare a stream. We could be on for 9 a.m. Eastern. I don't know. Keep an eye out for those notifications, and we'll also be back at our usual hour, so don't freak out if you miss it. If you miss the morning or lunchtime show, yeah, that's what, maybe a lunchtime special. So 1 o'clock will be 6 o'clock here. It's doable. So it's totally doable. Then I'll do a show for until 10, and then another one again at 2. Okay, we've got to do a double show. Definitely. I'm committing to that 100%. 2 shows tomorrow. We gotta claw back. We gotta claw back that cheddar. Okay, guys, listen, great to have everyone here. Great to have everyone chatting, super sticker giving, super coffee go getting, and super fucking moderating again from our brand new character director and our brand new captain of wordplay a cappella, who has probably had to go to the gun range. He just, sometimes he just gets a hankering and disappears. Just walks straight out the door. Probably lives right next door to the range. He's from Texas. Okay, we are going to go. We're going to say thank you so much. We're going to say we love you all, and we'll be back. We'll be back tomorrow twice in one day. How about that? All right, thank you, everybody. Good night. Good show. Good, well, sort of. I mean, you guys are the stars. We just throw something together, but it's you that make this happen. Imagine if it was just me on my own. That wouldn't work at all. Thank you so much, guys. Have a pleasant evening. Have a safe drive home. We'll see you tomorrow. Lunchtime special, regular time slot in the evening. Good night.